All right, y'all. Y'all hear me all right? Having a little technical difficulty. My apology. I'm gonna try to get this sound right. I don't want to come in too loud. I don't want to sound like I'm on a CB radio, but I'm gonna go ahead and cook though. All right, all right, y'all. So I got in the title. We're 7 days out from Wilder Fury. Um, but before I get into that, before I get all the way into the Wilder and Fury talk, I do want to speak on article that I read about Garcia. Little old Ryan Garcia deciding that he don't want to, that basically he doesn't want he doesn't even want to fight JoJo Diaz now. He's looking at trying to get a fight with Gamboa, who coincidentally has already fought two of the guys who Ryan Garcia claimed to want to fight, and that's Tank Davis, and then that's also Devin Haney. So, with that being the case, Ryan Garcia has now basically reneged on fighting Devin Haney, Tank Davis. What's the kid's name? The guy JoJo Diaz just fought. Man, I just drew a blank. Fortuna. He reneged on Fortuna. And now it seems as though Ryan Garcia is reneging on JoJo Diaz. So, I just wanted to speak on that, man. I actually dropped a video on it. Don't know how many of y'all saw it, but that just blows me away that this kid, is supposedly, at one point was being talked about as the next big thing down at the lower weights, and that's where things end up at. But hey, y'all forgive me for my rudeness. I had so many issues with trying to get in here. I forgot to shout y'all out. I don't know who's all still in here, but Mark Nash, shout out to you. Gil Coles, Underground Asylum, Bruce Golds. What's good, man? Hope everybody having a good Saturday. Hope y'all enjoy some college football if that's y'all's thing. My team went down pretty ugly today. Georgia Tech, we had a bad loss, but it is what it is. Let me just a second. Let me take me a sip of this little drink. All right. Yeah, starting to have my voice trying to go on me. All right, y'all. But yeah, back to what I was talking about, man. Hey, good to hear that Underground Asylum. Back to what I was saying about Lil Ryan Garcia. I just think it's just, it's just ridiculous that this guy has all this buzz. It's supposed to be, he's supposed to be that guy, but then every time it's time for him to step up and get a fight, or it's time for a fight to be made, he finds a way out of the fight. It's just crazy. All right, so see Bruce Gold saying salute at D-Lo and the family. Underground Asylum, all is well. Jacob Jennings, salute. Hey man, it's all good, man. Just trying to get in here and talk a little boxing, man. On a slow weekend for boxing. Even some of the fights that were supposed to take place, I think the Eubanks fight, which is over in the UK, I think that fight actually got pulled because of the other guy's medical exam or something. Gil Coles, Ryan's supposed to be the next De La Hoya. Yeah, I don't know if he was ever going to be the next De La Hoya, but he definitely, has some momentum behind him. I mean, they got to stop protecting the kid and just put him in some fight, man. I mean, that Luke Campbell, that was a good win for him, and they've done nothing with that momentum. His name was buzzing. He was being associated with a lot of other fighters, and then, to his name being talked about for a lot of good fights, and then nothing happens. It goes absolutely nowhere. So, with that being the case, now it's as if he's they're treating him almost as if he's coming off of an injury or a loss or something. And I know he had some kind of ailments going on mentally or something. I don't want to speak on it that I don't know a whole lot about his situation, but they supposedly had some kind of issue going on. So I don't want to, I don't want to be dismissive of him. But all in all, they knew that when they start saying these names. When they start talking about making the JoJo Diaz fight, they already knew what Ryan was coming off of. So why use that man's name as if that's the fight they're going to make? And then the other thing is, JoJo was supposed to be Devin's opponent. So the fact that not only did him, with Garcia supposedly going to fight JoJo Diaz, that takes him off the table for Devin Haney, supposedly. And then he ends up not even, and now he's saying he doesn't even want to fight the guy, he wants to fight Gamboa. So salute to Rod X. Rod X the champ. Underground Asylum says, I don't think Gamboa will be easy for him either. I don't either, man. I think Gamboa could present some problems for him, but the reality is Gamboa will be coming off of 2 straight losses, and one of them was a stoppage loss. Gamboa was kind of competitive in the Tank fight, but he just seemed outgunned. And in the Haney fight, it wasn't very competitive at all. Him coming off of his Achilles surgery or whatever, and coming off of the stoppage by Tank. But now here it is, 2 more fights of doubt on Gamboa as to whether or not he still should be fighting. And then he gets in the ring with this young kid who is, a lot closer to his prime than Gamboa is. So when you look at it from that angle, it's definitely potentially supposed to be a setup fight. Gil Cole's Ryan ain't been the same since getting dropped. Yeah, I basically he's been out of the ring since that happened. It's like he got through the fight and persevered. A lot of people, including myself, gave him a lot of credit for overcoming that. I'm not gonna sit here and act as if I didn't question why he found himself on the canvas in the first place. But because he has habits in the ring that help put him on the canvas. That's a lot of it. But aside from that, the other thing is that, I did give him his credit for overcoming that and getting a stoppage. Now, I feel like they celebrated way too, they went way too far with the celebration, acting as if he had just became undisputed or something. But aside from that, it was just, I appreciated the fact that the kid is passionate enough about what he's doing and that he celebrated as if he had accomplished something that he wanted to accomplish. I get that. I think Campbell was a gold medal winner. So regardless of whether his career is at the very tip top at the moment, the fact is that that's something that he can hang his hat on and say, I beat a gold medalist. And I could be wrong. He might be a silver. I know he medaled. I think it was a gold medal, though. And Campbell actually had given Lomachenko a pretty decent fight prior to that. So I'm not going to sit here and act as if there was nothing for him to be proud of and that he should have just been ho-hum about beating Campbell. But at the same time, I think more of the celebration was about him overcoming being knocked down, that he actually survived that fight and then got a stoppage of his own. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I didn't like the whole jumping up in another man's arm, wrapping his legs around him and all that stuff. I felt like that was a bit much, and so too was the crown, or as one of the family says, one of the subscribers, Woo Daddy says, the tiara that they put on his head, that was a little too much. So with that being the case, I could have done without seeing all of that. Dre Fine and salute, man. Welcome to the chat. So like I said, I don't want to spend the whole time talking about Ryan Garcia, but I did just want to touch on that because I think that's real bogus that they talk about this guy as being, they talk about him as being, this big star, and they talk down on these other guys for the sake of building him up. But then when it comes time for him to actually get in the ring with these guys, there's always an excuse. Excuse me. So with that being the case, I absolutely have to speak on it. I don't have to, but I choose to speak on it because I just feel like it's it's disrespectful for the guys that are actually getting in the ring trying to make the fights. And these guys that actually sit around waiting trying to get a fight with him. So one of the other things I saw, one of these articles I was reading, I did a little reading on some boxing articles into watch football today. But one of them that I saw was what Canelo Alvarez dished on Manny Pacquiao retiring. And he basically said that, he was saddened that Manny chose to retire from boxing, but he felt like it was time, and of course in the article they talked up Pacquiao and his accomplishments and things of that nature. I myself made a video basically, saying farewell to Manny Pacquiao, thanked him for the fights, the memories, what he gave in the ring, his approach to the sport, how the last couple of, basically how he's carried himself in the sport over the last several fights, especially being at the advanced age of over 40, and also for the manner in which he went out. He went out fighting for a championship, and he just came up short versus a really good fighter. But even with that being said, I must give him credit for getting in there and trying. Now, what I said in my video, and I'll repeat that here, is that the one thing that I did want to see for Pacquiao, but unfortunately looks like it's not going to happen, is for him to actually have a real farewell fight for his fans over there in the Philippines, in a fight versus somebody who would be considered a threat, but not a very, very dangerous fight. Just an opportunity for him to go out there and showcase and put on for his people one more time, and then call it curtains. But not only the fight itself being the event, but also the build up to the fight and everything that comes with it, kind of being almost like a going around doing his press tours and all of this stuff, and then all this stops being celebrated and being congratulated and appreciated and all that, and then going out. Right now, I think a lot of these fighters, if they retired, the right way, I feel like that would be a good way to go out. But very few people do that in the sport of boxing. It's always like guys go out and have a fight, and then they say, nah, that was the last one. And even the guys who do have an official retirement fight, a lot of times they fight on anyway in some capacity. Because if you look at Floyd, Berto was supposed to be his last fight, and it didn't turn out that way. But, like I said, I just wanted to speak on this Ryan Garcia situation. Wanted to speak on Manny Pacquiao just out of respect, what I'm saying? Just out of respect for the career the guys had. Not going to sit here and act like I'm, the biggest Pacquiao fan and act like I'm just over the top impressed with some of the things. Some of the things he did I was impressed with, but then there were other things that I definitely always had an issue with when it came to Manny, that I just got to a point where it wasn't even worth speaking on all the time, because it's, a lot of people don't want to hear it. But not only that, it's like they know. So what's the point? You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm talking about it just to be talking, because they really know everything I'm saying. They just don't want to look at it. So I felt like him being retired wasn't the time to really come in and just speak down or speak negatively of the guy. But Pacquiao definitely had his he definitely had his ways about him and how he selected fights and things like that. And I'll say this one thing since I'm on the subject. I was watching Skip and Shannon, Skip Bailey, Shannon Sharp, and Skip said something about, he gets all emotional about Pacquiao. And he said that, Pacquiao fought everybody. He never ducked anybody. He never done this, that, and the other. He always fought the toughest guys and this and the other. And, one thing that jumped out at me right away was, I remember when Pacquiao moved up, and they had all these tough champions. I think it was at 130 or 135. I can't remember what division it was off the top of my head many years ago. But, and you guys can look this up. The champion, there were some there was pretty tough champions in the division. And I want to say the tough Cuban that nobody wanted to fight for a while, who he had lost to I think he lost to Corrales, but he had came back and was the man. Oh man, I can't remember. His name escapes me right now. He actually trains now, and his last name probably starts with a C too. But anyway, the Cuban, saying, he was like one of the champions in the division. I think Juan Baby Bull Diaz ended up being one, And eventually Nate Campbell ended up, I think it was 135. Nate Campbell ended up having like 3 of the belts in the division. But my point is, when Manny Pacquiao moved up and chose to win a title in that division, Pacquiao decided to challenge David Diaz for the title. And David Diaz at that time was pretty much widely considered the weakest of all the champions. And I don't think David Diaz even fought again. So that was one of the things that bothered me about Pacquiao. But I'm going to leave that alone because, like I said, I'm not going to speak down on the man, speak negatively of him. Dre's fighting saying ESPN is fouled. They big up Manny by putting Floyd down. The man that beat Manny and retired undefeated. Yes, I agree with that 100%. And it's not just ESPN. There's a lot of people in boxing media. And I'm not gonna say that I don't believe that a guy can lose to a guy, but actually be rated higher than them career-wise. I know that's possible. But when you look at these two guys, I don't think that's the case. And that's just my opinion. To me, it was I think that Manny's career, is great in and of itself, but so is Floyd's. And I don't think either one of their careers can offset the other guy's career. And I think when you take them head to head and Floyd beat Manny is not the better fighter than Floyd. I'm sorry, especially when the fight was as really uncompetitive as it was. All right, salute Trey X. Saying salute to me and salute to the chat. Lala D saying salute King to me. Got a little heart up. Lala D, and Trey X going back and forth. Underground Asylum is asking me, is Castillo the person I was talking about? No, it's not. It's not Castillo. I'm about to tell you who it is right now. I'm almost ashamed that I can't remember this guy's name because I was a big fan of him. And he was actually one of the guys that Floyd didn't fight down at the lower classes because for whatever reason they never could come together. All right, y'all. It was actually Joel Casamayor. That's who I was talking about. I think he split him and it was Joel Casamayor. Him and Luis Castillo fought several times, and I want to say him and not Castillo, him and Diego Corrales fought like 3 times. I think they split. I think they went split, and then the Corrales won the last fight to win the trilogy. If I'm not mistaken, they may have fought more, but I don't want to spend too much time looking into that. All right, so there's everybody speaking to everybody. Mark Stern, salute. Terry Smoot, salute. Terry Smoot saying, yo, yeah, we in here, man. We in here trying to talk a little boxing. Trying to make sure I ain't trying to get into y'all's, comments toward each other. I just want to make sure I don't miss nothing. Popo Freitas didn't want to smoke either. Yeah, I like Popo. Popo was it's a pretty solid fighter. But yeah, there's a lot of that stuff went on, but that people fighter being selective about who they fight, there's nothing new. I think the fans are a lot more accepting of it today than they were years ago. They don't, now fans rarely call these guys out, man. People, I say this all the time, man. A lot of fans in the sport of boxing, they care more about being associated with or attaching themselves to a good fighter or a guy they consider to be a really good fighter than they are about that fighter fighting the toughest guys or putting himself in a position where he could be beat. It's one of those things where they want to be able to say that, hey, that was my guy and he went out undefeated, or that was my guy, he beat everybody that y'all said he couldn't beat, this, that, and the other. But it's, to me, and I've said it, y'all probably heard me say this more than one time. To me, I don't care what fighters I support. I want the men with the toughest guys, win, lose, or draw. at the end of the day, I'm going to respect him for having taken those fights, and I'm still going to be their fan when it's over with. You know, and I actually commented on one of my old videos from about a year and a half, 2 years ago, where a guy was basically I was going through comments on my feed on my YouTube studio, catching up on comments that I hadn't read, and for some reason it jumped to like 2 years ago. It was started in reverse. So when I was reading it, it was on a Wilder AJ video, and the guy was saying, well, when Wilder gets beat, and he was actually talking about Wilder getting beat by Brazil, I think it was. But he was saying when Wilder get beat, watch out, all these fans, all these so-called fans don't support him anymore. So, well, me being me, I commented on it. This was like a week ago. I commented on it, and I said, wow, Wilder got beat by Fury almost 2 years ago, and I didn't see the fans abandon him. I said it must be nice to have real fans instead of just fair weather fans who are just with you because you're winning or because you're undefeated or because you're the champion. And I don't know if the guy responded or not, but my point is that when you're really a fan of the sport and you really, stand behind these fighters, not necessarily saying you're a fanboy, but if you got a fighter you like for whatever particular reason, if he goes out there and takes a loss, you should still be a fan of that fighter. You shouldn't be wanting him to avoid certain challenges because you're worried about him taking a loss. You shouldn't be wanting him to put barriers and excuses up to not fight guys because you're worried that he's going to go out there and lose, or because you don't want to see him potentially risk taking a loss. At the end of the day, these even pick'em type fights and these fights where guys get in the ring with guys where we're scratching our heads saying we don't know what the outcome is going to be. Those are the fights that, to me, move the sport of boxing forward. Not necessarily these setup fights, or not necessarily these showcase fights where guys get in the ring and there's already a predetermined outcome before they get in there. Now, granted, boxing is boxing, so even the predetermined outcome fights don't always play the script. There's always a fight here and there where a guy gets in the ring and he was highly favored to win the fight, and then he goes in there and he loses that fight. So even with that being the case, it doesn't always play out that way. Gil Cole said Manny got to be considered one of the greatest. He beat former WBC, WBA superstar boxer Keith Thurman. Yeah, he did do that. That was a great win for Manny Pacquiao. And I'm not to water down his win, but man, I watched for the first time a couple months back, I watched the build-up of that Pacquiao and Thurman fight where they had the face-to-face thing. And Thurman, Pacquiao was in there all serious about the fight, and Thurman was joking around, kidding, talking about how short Pacquiao's arms were. Thurman was talking about he's old, man, he's this and he's that. Man, I think Thurman went into that. I understand confidence, but I think Thurman went into that Pacquiao fight just knowing he was going to win that fight. That, all he had to do was show up and be as good as he had been against these other guys, and that would be enough to beat Pacquiao. I don't think he understood that when people talk about levels, that Pacquiao was on a different level than Danny Garcia and some of these other guys he's beaten. Not necessarily saying that he beats them, but it was just things that he did in the ring that was a little different, and he had to adjust to that. And I think it took him a little too long to adjust to it. All right. So Bruce goes saying salute to Trey Eggs. Lala D says she's driving but listening. Okay, I appreciate you listening. Don't, pay attention to the road. Don't pay me no attention if it's going to cause you not to be able to watch that road. So, okay, they're just talking back and forth. True Fine is saying true. I think you were talking about when I said about these fans being more concerned about being attached to a fighter and being behind a guy that has a winning record or is undefeated, or behind a guy that's staying away from certain guys but still winning just for the sake of saying that hey, that's my guy and I've been rocking with him since 1992. All right, so Coles, I guess I see a lot of facts from trade fighters. You must like what I'm saying. I appreciate it, man. Gil Cole laughing about something. All right, so okay, maybe trade. Maybe say you're trying to think of something slick to say about Thurman. Yeah, it ain't hard for me to find something slick to say about Thurman. I just try not to. I have to like go out of my way to try to keep it respectful when it comes to Keith Thurman, because actually I do respect the game and stuff, and I respect what he did in the ring. But some of the things he does and says outside of the ring, if I start talking about it, I'll start going left and putting him down, and it'll sound like I'm just hating on the guy, and that's not the case. For some reason, I actually have a liking for a lot of these Florida fighters. When I'm talking about guys like Winky Wright, Roy Jones Jr., Tarver, Nate Campbell, the kid Lubin. For some reason and it's like it's almost by coincidence, because I didn't even like think about it, and I was like, man, a lot of my favorite fighters are from the state of Florida. So hold on a second, let me shut this door. Somebody's in the kitchen making noise. So but like I said, so a lot of my favorite fighters just so happen to come from the state of Florida, and so I try not to I try not to be like on that. Well, he's from this state, so I support him, this and the other. It just kind of just happens to be that way. Because a lot of them guys I didn't even know they were from Florida when I first started following them. Of course, I did know about Roy. Trey X superstar boxer. Okay, he said that twice. I'm starting to think Manny Pacquiao retired my boy Thurman. Hey, I'm starting to think that too, Gil Coles. I think he might have turned Pacquiao into a full-time. Pacquiao might have turned Thurman into a full-time podcaster or full-time shadow boxer / sparring partner, what have you. The guy really, he really is out there just, doing more of a, doing more of the same thing that Porter does. And that's, spending more time talking to the media and things like that. And even putting on these, basically putting on little workouts, clips and things like that people tune in and watch. And then he kind of, does a little interview, does a little critiquing on other fighters and things like that. But he rarely ever even talks about who he could potentially be fighting anymore. So it does look like Keith Thurman may be that he may very well be on the way out, to where he's looking at what little fights he can get here and there, get him a couple paydays, and get out of the sport. And that's kind of not the. I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's bad, but if depending on who he fights, that's kind of the wrong mentality to have, because you can go into a fight just trying to get a check and it go all wrong for you. So hopefully Thurman gets that fire back. That's what I'm hoping. If he gets in the ring, I want him to be in the ring for the right reason. I want to have that fire, that passion, that competitive drive. I want him to have that desire to win and the confidence that he can win, and I want him going in there trying to win, not taking a fight just because somebody met his purse demands. Because we've seen the last person I heard him really talking about fighting at any point was, now I did hear some rumblings about the Porter rematch, and he kind of spoke on it, but said that he hadn't really heard anything. He just been hearing it, but he hadn't heard anything from anybody who can make the fight happen. And he also talked about the possibility of fighting Bud Crawford at one point, but he talked about, that fight ain't happening as long as Bob Arum has got anything to do with it. And he talked about, the money that he asked for and all this, that, and the other. So it's just, this is one of them things where I want to hear him talking about fights, and I want to hear him talking about realistic fights. I want to hear him talking about fights that he actually has the desire to, that he's going to get up for. And that, that he really thinks that, that he can win. But at the end of the day, he has he has to absolutely. Trey Hicks said everybody calling like Lala D beautiful when she looks like the chick from Beloved. Hey, somebody thinks that girl beautiful, Trey. The girl from Beloved. Florida probably has the best athletes. Yeah, Trey, they got some. That's the speed state. They definitely got some athletes down there. But yeah, what I was saying about Thurman, though, I definitely want to see the guy. You know what I'm saying? I want to see him continue his career if that's what he wants to do, because there are a lot of good fights he could be in there. A lot of good guys you could throw him in with and get some really good fights, in my opinion. All right, Trey's laughing. And y'all forgive me for fumbling through this. I'm just like I said, it's like my third, fourth live stream. I'm still learning. Salute King, my little brother at Dre. Okay, he's talking Dre finest. D-Lo, I know you picking Bud, right? If so, how you see the fight playing out? All right. So I'll speak on this again since you asked. Yeah, you're right. I'm picking Bud. I have been one of those people who has said that I don't think there's going to be a stoppage in this fight, although I know a lot of people feel the opposite. I've kind of consistently said that I think that Bud wins the fight going away, and I've kind of maintained that since the fight first got kicked around. I said that I felt like Porter was tailor-made for Bud Crawford, and a lot of the things that he does that makes fight difficult for a lot of guys, he'll also probably make the fight difficult for Bud in spots, but also some of those same things will lead to him losing rounds badly versus Bud, if Bud is able to use that against him in the right way. But that's just in my mind. The fight has to play out. But as far as how I truly think it plays out, I think the first few rounds, just say the first 5 rounds may go Porter, Bud, Porter, Bud, Porter. And then I feel like after about round 5, 6, I feel like Porter's gonna start to fade. Bud's gonna start stringing rounds together, back to back to back. Think Porter could potentially find himself on the canvas, probably around round 8 or so, but survive. And then the fight will probably end up, being a wide UD. I think that Porter has a little bit too much gameness about him. He knows how to survive. I feel like Porter isn't above doing something dirty if he has to survive if he gets in a bad situation, as far as like a low blow, headlock, headbutt, whatever, punching the back, whatever he has to do. I'm not saying that to say he's a dirty fighter. We know in boxing that when guys get in trouble, doing what you got to do to survive is something that's taught. And some of these guys is bred into them. You know what I'm saying? Not to just comply when a guy starts to run downhill on you. So I don't think Porter will just fold if Bud gets him in trouble. I think Porter will find a way to make it out of that round. And in the next round, if he comes out, he's probably not going to be. Porter seems to have pretty good recovery ability. So I wouldn't expect Porter to come out in the very next round and just be falling all over himself as soon as Bud touches him again. So I just think Porter runs out of ideas versus Bud Crawford, man. I've seen that happen several times for Porter, where he kind of just runs out of ideas in a fight and just starts just trying to fight. And in a few fights, he's got a decision. Sometimes I felt like he didn't deserve it, but he did. And then there's other times he didn't get the decision in those type fights. But I will say one thing that I think is going to happen in this fight, and y'all might think I'm crazy for saying this, but I think there's going to be points in this fight that Sean Porter is going to try to beat Bud Crawford. I think there are going to be points in this fight where Sean Porter is going to try to do what Bud Crawford does, because if you look at Sean Porter in the ring, he kind of does a lot of weird things. Like it's almost like he ad-libs in the ring. He's making it up as he goes along. And I think that there will be points in the fight that he may try to do what Bud's doing for the sake of trying to think that he's psychologically manipulating Bud. Kind of like James Toney tried to do the little chicken thing at Roy Jones. but I think I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised to see Sean Porter do something like that, like come out and try to fight Southpaw to start a round or something like that. You know, I just something just tells me that I could be way off base, may not happen, but I think that. All right, so Dre finally said, "Hell, at D-Lo, Thurman can fight Boots since he can't get a fight easily made." Well, Thurman says he don't know who Boots Ennis is, so that kind of tells me that that fight's not going to happen. I'm picking Porter, so I'll be forced to give Crawford maximum credit if he wins. Much respect to you on that pick, Trey X. Yep. Just hey, I wouldn't expect you to do anything other than give credit, and I'm definitely on the other side. I definitely will give Porter all the credit in the world if he wins. You know, even if it's a frivolous decision win, like I felt like he got over Ugas, I still give him credit for being in the fight close enough to make it that way. Thurman stopped Boots. Yeah, I said it. Play the flute. Yeah, he got to get in the ring with him to stop him. He don't even know. He got to acknowledge who the guy is to get in the ring with him. He says he don't know who the guy is, so I don't know. But yeah, I'd like to see that fight though. I definitely would like to see that fight, but I would like to see that fight with Thurman getting a win first. That's my thing. Thurman needs to just get in the ring, get a win against somebody. I see David Avenesian got an early stoppage today. That's somebody Thurman can get in the ring with. David Avenesian, shoot, he actually was the last. I think he was the last person Lamont fought before Lamont fought Spence, and Lamont stopped him if I'm not mistaken. So, but Avenesian also I think he's the only person to stop Shane Mosley. So just to give you an idea, you know that this guy can punch a little bit. But you know, I think that would be a good fight for him to fight somebody that's actually a contender. You know, somebody who's actually, you know what I'm saying, a contender, but not considered to be that much of a threat. I think Boots is not the kind of guy you want to fight coming in with all kind of confidence questions and all kind of uncertainties about what you want to do with your career. Who's Terry Smooth Jr. said, who said Thurman beats Boots as a casual fan? No, Gil Coles is just a big fan of Thurman. He's definitely not a casual fan, in my opinion, though. But I don't know that how he really feels about that. But I know he would be behind Porter to win the fight. Even if he didn't believe that Porter would win, I mean not Porter, Thurman would win. I know that he would support Thurman in that fight and pull for him to win. I'm pretty sure. Okay, let me get out y'all business. All right, 16. I got money. All right, y'all getting heated in this conversation about Boots and Thurman. Anyway, so let's see. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and let me see. Mundine. Okay, L Dub, I appreciate you, man, for straightening that up. What you say? Mundine is the only one who stopped Mosley. Evanesian retired Mosley. Thank you for clearing that up for me. Anthony Mundine. Wow, it's a name I hadn't heard in a while. I think Mundine might have been the guy that Jeff Horn. I think that was the guy Jeff Horn kind of drug out of semi-retirement and fought at 154 or 160, whatever weight they fought at before he defended against Bud, if I'm not mistaken. But you know, maybe I'm wrong. All right, Marlowe's corner. Hey, Marlo, where's Marlo at? I see Trey saying something to Marlo. Layla saying something to Marlo. Okay, man, I'm sorry. I don't went. Whoever does it. All right, y'all. This chat jumping on me. You got more people in here than I'm used to having. I'm used to having about 2 or 3, 4, 5 people in here. So, all right. So these guys talking about. Hey, y'all. Let's witness this. That these guys are seriously talking about betting if Gil Coles and excuse me, not Gil Coles, but Keith Thurman and Boots in this fight that they're talking about betting. So we've all bear witness. So later on, somebody said, I didn't say that. We all saw it. But other than that, I'm going to leave that alone. That's y'all business. But yeah, Layla. Keith said he don't know who Bruce Ennis is. He said that's live on YouTube. Well, not live, but it's on YouTube. And he actually said he don't know who that is. Whoever doesn't pay that bill gets exiled from the community for good. Yeah. And hey, and the same thing goes for those who don't eat their crow. You know what I'm saying? Y'all pay these pigs, man. Stand on these pigs. Hey, I got a salute Marlo, salute fam. Hey, I got a whole doggone breakdown video about Usyk and Joshua, where basically when I went back and listened to it, I'm telling myself that Usyk is gonna win the fight. And I'm telling myself why Usyk is gonna win the fight, why Usyk is all wrong for Joshua. And then I give my points on why I think Joshua win the fights, and I'm not even really convincing myself listening to it in playback mode. But then at the end, I think I gave such a compelling argument for why Usyk wins the fight that I actually come back and said, hey, just to clear that up, I'm picking Joshua to win the fight by 9th round stoppage. And at that point, I should have stopped myself and said, I probably should upload this video and I probably should trust my first mind, go back and edit this video and stop it at where I say Usyk, this is why Usyk wins, this is how Usyk could win, and then just rattle off about how that's probably what he's going to do and he's going to win the fight. But no, that couldn't be me. Hard-headed, just had to trust that Joshua was going to go in there and fight like the bigger man, and I ate a big old plate of crow as a result of it. L. Boston, what's good? I already hollered. Yeah. All right, Layla, Lala D, hollering at Marlo, Gil Coles, and Smoot still talking about that bet. Trey X shouting out his partner Marlo. Coles, Layla D. It was L Dub correcting me about the Mosley stoppage. All right. Mark Stern. I'm going to so what's with what it do? Happy Born Day to I'll be up there. Okay, so whoever birthday it is, happy birthday if I missed that. Whoever that is. All right, so Mark Stern said, I'm going to the Wilder fight and leaving Vegas on the 12th on my way to LA until the 18th for my birthday. Okay. Birthday week kicking it with some partner in LA at Dre Finest. All right. And Marlo Corner. Okay, it's Layla D telling Marlo about the temperature. All right, y'all. So just going off of Mark Stern's comments, I'm gonna use that to segue into what the title of the live stream is. And that's 7 days out from Wilder versus Fury. So let's get into that. You know, let's talk about Wilder versus Fury for just a minute. So we've heard the sound bites and we've heard the last remarks or statements that they want to make toward one another, and basically saying, I want to do this to you, I want to do that. We've all heard and seen that, but the reality is they can talk all they want until these guys get in the ring. We're not gonna see who the better fighter is on fight night until fight night happens. So for me, I'm very eager to see how Deontay Wilder responds from his first loss. Having watched boxing for a very long time, I've seen a myriad of different ways guys bounce back from that first L. That first L is different. That first L is, it's hard to put it in, think about something that I can actually, kind of compare it to right now on the fly. But that first L is a little bit different. So I can think about, I'll speak about a couple guys that were my favorite fighters and how they bounced back from their first L's. I think Thomas Hearn's first L was to Sugar Ray Leonard. He bounced back quite nicely, went on a tear, beating a lot of, beating some really good fighters after that. You know, he suffered some more losses, but he didn't. It's not as if it carried over to the next fight until he went right out there. And of course, he didn't rematch Sugar Ray Leonard right away. But, you know, and that situation was different because he was actually winning that fight and got stopped. Um, I look at Paul Williams. His first L was against Carlos Quintana in a fight that Paul Williams seemed to never get on track in. You know, he seemed like, if anything, he was hoping to land a big punch and change the tide, but that was a fight that he pretty much was losing. I mean, I'm not gonna say he lost every round, but he clearly lost that fight, in my opinion. You know, and he bounced back with a first round stoppage of the guy. Roy Jones Jr. lost his first fight by disqualification, and he went back and rematched Montel Griffin, who was a very good fighter. A lot of people don't give the credit for being as good as he was, being a greater fighter as he was. He went back and dispatched him in one round in emphatic fashion. Very dominant knockout. So, with all of that being the case, you know, those are just a few guys. You know, those are a few guys. Lennox Lewis bounced back nicely from his first loss, but the difference with Lennox Lewis in this rematch, well, I can't remember if he fought somebody else before he rematched McCall or not, but I think he went right back into that rematch. But either way, when he got the opportunity to rematch the guy that gave him his first loss, he went in there and got the win, albeit he was fighting a guy who was definitely not in fighting shape. I'll just leave it at that. He had no business in the ring that night. But after that, Lennox had a great run. So those are guys who bounced back. Even you look at Joshua bounce back and got a win over Ruiz in a rematch. You know, and I credit, you know, of course Ruiz had a lot to do with it, but at the end of the day, Joshua had to go out there and do his job, and he did. So, you know, with all that being said, it definitely you know, it definitely is worth saying that guys can have a positive bounce back after losing their first fight. Of course, there have been some guys who lost their first fights and had a carryover and went out and lost the next fight against a guy that was supposed to be brought in there to help him look good. And, you know, so it happens. It's two sides of the same coin, you know. But for me, I want to see how Wilder psychologically, mentally, how he bounces back when he gets in the ring. Does he see ghosts or does he get in the ring? And hey, thank you for that, L Dub. I couldn't remember whether that was an immediate rematch or not. And that's why we need people like you in these boxing communities who can just pull it right out of the, you know, right out of the memory bank. You know, but like I said, so even in that further makes my point, you know. So in between that time, Lennox didn't lose another fight. He didn't lose another fight after he lost to McCall. He went on to win fights, and then when he finally got his rematch with McCall, he you know, he went out there and, you know what I'm saying, he got the win. But like I said, I don't like talking about that because I think it makes people think that I don't like Lennox. Even I think Trey X asked me last week, he was like, he thought I really didn't like Lennox Lewis because I was saying that, you know, I don't give him a whole lot of credit for that McCall win, but it had more to do with the fact that I was just mad because I know boxing is a dangerous sport, and the fact that the powers that be put Oliver McCall in the ring that night, that just turned me off from boxing so badly. And you know what I'm saying? Salute, voice. And you know, for me, it was a turn off, and I feel like boxing's dangerous enough. You don't put a guy in the ring knowing that he's not fit to fight on that particular night. So that was my biggest issue. And you know, I see. I'm trying to stay on this train of thought, but I will. L Dub made a comment that I do want to speak on. He talked about Katana setting a blueprint on how to beat Paul Williams. Southpaw gave him problems. Laura Martinez gave Paul hell. To me, yeah, I don't know how the Quintana fight would have played out if Paul didn't jump on him like he did in the first round, but I was glad he did and got him out of there. Kitana very well could have been on the way to giving him problems again that night. As for the first Martinez fight, I felt like Paul justly won a decision. I felt like he deserved it. I felt like he did more in the later rounds as far as his volume worked that helped him win the fight. But it was so close that I couldn't argue one way. If it went the other way, I wouldn't have been mad. Now the Lara fight, that was a fight in which, to me, Lara was the more accurate puncher, and he did more with less. You know, Lara probably threw half the amount of punches that Paul Williams did, but he probably in reality outlanded Paul by about 80 punches or so. You know, maybe, I don't know, just trying to remember this off the top of my head. But my point is that I felt like the accuracy of Lara was enough for him to deserve that win. I felt like he never was able to deter or stop Paul from throwing the punches that he was throwing. He never got his volume of punches to go off the cliff. But at the end of the day, Paul was doing a lot of throwing, not a lot of connecting, and really he wasn't. His volume was dictating how things were going, but at the end of the day, I felt like Lara did the better work, and he consistently did the better work in the round. So that was kind of what it was. But as far as the Martinez rematch, my goodness, that fight was over before it got started. And the crazy thing about that was Paul Williams actually said in the build-up before the fight happened, he told Martinez he might as well put a pillow in the ring because he's going to sleep. And then Paul Williams went out there and went to sleep. And my feelings were hurt so bad. But and I honestly was very afraid for Paul Williams when that knockout first happened because he didn't look good at all. I was like, is he dead or what's going on? All right. So Lewis, oh yeah, okay. So talked about that. Voice said salute D-Lo in chat. I said salute back to Voice already, but salute again, my brother. Thank you, D-Lo. I appreciate you and your blessings. Okay. I guess Dre Fine is getting out of here. Maybe it's your birthday. Maybe. Okay. Sorry. Happy birthday, Dre Fine again, if that was you, because I didn't know whose birthday it was. Trey say he accused me of disliking Lewis because of how much I like both. Yeah, I actually like both of those guys a lot. But it was like, but when it comes down to it, you kind of pick a guy you like more than another guy. That's like, believe it or not, I like Errol Spence an awful lot, but I pick Bud Crawford. I like Bud Crawford in the fight versus Spence. So maybe that makes some people feel like I don't like Errol Spence Jr., but I actually get offended sometimes about some of the stuff that people say about Errol Spence Jr., especially the non-box related stuff. But I don't take it. I try not to take it personally because it's not my business. That's him. You know what I'm saying? But I actually find myself in defense of him about some of the stuff people say about him, more so than not. And like I said, but I still get accused of not liking the guy and hating on him and stuff like that. So it's crazy. But yeah, I think Lennox was a great fighter. Of course, if you look at their careers and parallel their careers, Lennox had a greater career than both, for sure. All right, y'all. I'm trying to catch up in the chat. Yeah, Layla D says hard not to like Spence. Exactly. That's exactly what I say all the time, man. It's hard not to like the guy in the ring. To me, when you listen to him do interviews or talk to media or talk to fans, it's hard not to like his approach and his attitude and the respect that he shows to fans, things like that. So for me, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Hey, he's a guy that's going to have my support probably to the very end of his career, unless something drastically happens between now and then. But I really like the kid a lot, whole lot, But like I said, let me get back to this Wilder Fury talk, y'all. I apologize. I'm trying to read the comments, and some of the comments are taking me into different conversations. But anyway, so like I said, when it comes to Wilder Fury 3. And like I said, we're 7 days out. Don't know how Wilder's going to respond to being in that atmosphere, being in a real actual fight. Again, after his first loss and after a long layoff, because it's been a long time since he's been in the ring. This is going to be the longest break of his career. Coincidentally, it's the same for Fury because neither guy has fought since they fought each other. So, with that said, if I have to weigh the two and say who does that advantage go to, I think that advantage goes to Fury because even though they're both coming off the same period of inactivity, Fury is coming off of a win with that before that period of inactivity, whereas Wilder's coming off of a horrible loss where a lot of things went wrong in that fight. And a lot of things went wrong to the point that even he admitted himself that he was grasping at straws trying to figure out what went wrong. And just, kind of brainstorming as to, man, what could it have been? So with all of that being said, that, that says an awful lot about, it says an awful lot about, about the situation that these two guys are facing. Where one guy has a lot of confidence or says he has confidence, off of how his victory went. But then at the same time, the action doesn't really speak confidence because he tried his best not to have this third fight. But even with that, he wasn't particularly running to the rematch either. And then the rematch actually went his way. So for me, I'm eager to see how both guys, respond to just being in the ring and actually in a real fight, and how they respond to punches, how they respond to the crowd noise, instruction from the trainers, adjustments they're going to make, all of that stuff. And it are the things that we're seeing from Wilder because we've seen more training footage. At least I have from Wilder than I have Fury. How are those things going to translate to actual in-ring situations? And is it even going to be, so much of the stuff we saw or so much of the stuff we saw from Wilder before that he kind of got away from because his power, he had become so reliant on his power. To me, I've always felt like Wilder had good boxing ability. I've disagreed a lot with some of the things that people have said about Wilder in terms of them talking about his, talking about his abilities and about him not being able to box and that he's just a one-trick pony and all this and other. And my argument always has been that if all he could do was throw the right hand, he wouldn't have the knockouts he had because he has to be able to set those up. But not only that, he has to be able to not get himself knocked out as well. And, a lot of people have maintained that Wilder is so chinny and he's this and he's that. But a lot of times the things they say don't translate to what I was seeing in the ring. So for me, it's easy for me as a fan to say, I think that the third fight will look more like the first fight than the second fight. But I also will admit that I didn't like what I saw in the third fight from the opening bell. So it's hope at the same time. Like as a fan, I hope that we get a fight that looks more like the first Fury Wilder fight than the second. But at the end of the day, the fight's going to be what it's going to be. For me, I don't think we ever see that Deontay Wilder again. I never saw the Deontay Wilder that we saw in that second fight. I never saw that fighter before. So I'm optimistic that we won't see that fighter again in the third fight. I don't believe that we just saw that Deontay Wilder because he was fighting Fury. I think we saw that Deontay Wilder because there was a perfect storm of things wrong going into that fight. And I'll just state something that's factual and not opinion. And that being that Wilder had fought, a few fights back to back to back, going it. So he was like camp, fight, camp, fight, camp, and then another fight. So with all of that being said, I have to look at maybe some of that stuff played a part into it as well. But one thing for sure is that won't be the case going into this fight, because going into this fight, Wilder hasn't fought since February. I think it was February of 2019. So was it 2019 or 2020? Maybe February 2020. I'm sorry. So February 2020. So with him having not fought since February 2020, we're talking. We can't say that it's because that however this fight plays out, that it's about him being worn out or in too many fights in succession, or too battle worn or anything like that. I feel like he's going to come in rejuvenated. Fury's going to come in well rested, and I feel like it's going to be as equal a playing field as you can get for two fighters, and we're just going to see which guy is the better man on fight night, and hopefully at the end of this fight we have a conclusion to the Fury Wilder saga, and we can move on. And if they, for some reason, find themselves in position to fight again, it is down the line somewhere. But I definitely want, the guys to go ahead and have. I want them to fight, and in the winner move on to something better. And I'm not one of those people who say that they want the loser to retire and go away from the sport, because I've been hearing people say that too. That's not really what I want. I just want this saga to be behind us, because it's drug on so long that it's past time for the fight for the saga to be over with for these guys. It's kind of just one of those things. But yeah, that's what I feel about the fight. I'm not gonna go too deep into trying to break down the fight on live stream or anything like that. And talk about who I think wins the fight or nothing of that nature. It's just, for me, like I said, it's just anticipation for the fight. It's been a long time coming, so to speak. We were supposed to have this fight in July, and here we are in the month of October, and we still haven't gotten this fight. So for me, I feel like it's going to be about time. And for me, I just feel like it's definitely going to be a lot of excitement and energy in the air on fight night. These guys are going to go out there and they're going to put it all on the line. And I think, quite honestly, that both of these guys going into this fight expect to win this fight. But they're both not going to win. But the fact that they both expect to win the fight, the fact that they're both going into this fight with a lot of pent up animosity and in anticipation of the fight and with plans beyond the fight, I feel like it's going to be good for us as fans. So back to the comment section. Trey X saying, I think it's interesting that Spence was a minus 1,000 against Porter, while Crawford is a minus 400. Yeah. I think sometimes betting odds are they kind of go into like who's hot or what's going on at that particular time. Sometimes popularity. I know these guys actually look at this thing, but I've seen some atrocious betting odds. But I'll be honest. Under the circumstances, I can see why Spence would be a bigger favorite than over Porter at that time than Crawford is at this time. Of course, Crawford's older. He's actually still, people still remember that Crawford wasn't at welterweight, all that long ago. He was at a lower weight class, but at the same time, Spence was kind of like on a tear going into that Porter fight, and Porter was coming off of a fight that a lot of people felt like he lost. So I can tell you, for me, when I was talking about the winner of Porter versus Spence, I was talking a lot more reckless than I am about Crawford versus Spence. I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, the videos are still up. I mean, I was talking like it was going to be non-competitive whatsoever. Spence was going to just go in there and just run through this boy, make him look crazy, and get out of there early and go have a good time. And, I was wrong. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I was right about who I picked to win the fight, but in terms of how the fight played out, I was pretty wrong about it. And so I was wrong enough to where I felt like, man, I ought to eat crow for making such a bold prediction. And now when it comes to this Crawford fight, I don't have that same confidence, or dismissal of Porter, whatever it was that made me feel like Spence was gonna just run through Porter. I don't feel the same way when it comes to Crawford. I have my reservations about just saying that that he's just gonna just dog walk the man. Now I think he should outbox him, win a wide decision, but at the end of the day, Crawford is one of those guys that if you get a win Porter is one of those guys that if you can get a win over Sean Porter, you take that however you get it and you go on about your career. And if you don't have to rematch the guy, don't rematch him. Apparently, that's what Thurman showed us. You know what I'm saying? That go ahead, you get your win, you go ahead, you don't give this guy multiple chances to beat you and stuff like that. But I know there's some that feel like I actually read on I was actually reading this earlier, probably 30 minutes before I went live. I was looking at a video where Andre Ward was actually talking about the Porter and Crawford fight, and he was giving Porter all the credit in the world for winning this fight. And he was, I didn't even get to the part where he talked about the breakdown about how he thought the fight would play out if he did. I didn't watch the whole video, but I was reading the comments and I seen where people were saying stuff like, if Crawford doesn't stop Porter, then he's trash. And and then there was other people saying, well, Spence didn't stop Porter, so that means he was trash. And people were saying, well, yeah, people were saying he was trash because he didn't stop Porter. And it's the other night. And I don't know if people, I mean, like I said, I didn't, if I saw that and read that back when that was happening, I didn't pay any attention because, like I said, I think a lot of people, are harder on Spence than they should be when it comes to certain things. And even being one of the people who said emphatically that I thought Porter was going to be stopped by Spence, I didn't criticize Spence because he didn't get the stoppage. I gave him credit for a good win, and a win that I felt like was more dominant than some people did. But I definitely didn't criticize Spence because he didn't get the stoppage, because I just gave Sean Porter his credit for, making the fight as tough as he did, but, going out giving it his all and losing effort. But I know that there's some people who, if Bud is fortunate enough to beat Sean Porter, no matter how he beat him, they're going to find a reason to criticize him. Whether that is because the fight was too easy, then the fight was too easy. So then that means that the version of Sean Porter that he fought didn't have a whole lot left. Or if the fight's too difficult, then see, I told y'all, Bud ain't really that good. Look how he struggled with Sean Porter. Or it's going to be, Bud's hype, whatever. It's just it just depends. It's all I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion, and everybody has their own perceptions of things and stuff like that. But to me, I just feel like I don't know why Bud Crawford keeps finding himself in these situations where it almost looks like it's a lose-lose situation. But at the end of the day, when the guy says Spence is the one I want, and he's trying to make that fight, that's not good enough, because if the fight's not available to be made at that time, then he looks like he's ducking everybody else. So when he fights the other guys, then he's in a situation where it's like, does he have to go out there and just completely dominate these guys to get credit? And if he dominates them, does it mean that he still get credit? And this stuff. So it's just a situation where, to me, I just say, hey, go out there and get a win. Go out there and win, however that comes, and then worry about what you're gonna do after that. But you go out there trying to feel pressure that you got to go out there and beat Sean Porter a certain way, you might wind up losing to Sean Porter. Because Sean Porter, even if you look at the Spence fight, Sean Porter basically one of the judges scored it for Porter. So with that being said, Sean Porter, while he may feel like he's a hard luck fighter who doesn't win close decisions, the same can be made that he's a fighter who sometimes gets the benefit of close decisions. So with all of that being said, I just say go out there. If you can beat Sean Porter, beat him, continue on with your career. Because Sean Porter is not some dude that's just going to come out there and lay down for anybody. Regardless of how many of us say how we think the fight plays out, at the end of the day, we won't know until we see it. And almost nothing surprises me about how that fight can play out. Yep. I think Crawford will fight Porter similar to the way he fought Postol. Yeah, Trex, I thought about that, but I also thought about Postol, how he fights versus how Sean Porter fights. And it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of strange. It's kind of a strange comparison because in spots versus Postol, Crawford kind of fought like he was like the outboxer, but then at other spots in the fight, he stepped to him and, he kind of bullied him. But he fought, but honestly, he did seem to fight cautious in there. Like he really was believing, the press clipping, about Postol. But I guess when Postol stops a guy like Lucas Matisse, I guess you do go into that fight with a little bit of caution. But I think, and I don't know who brought this to my attention first. It might have been Trey X, but I went back and watched that fight, and I think that if you look at, depending on how Porter fights, if he's going to be head in the chest, crowding and things like that, I think back to the Diaz fight for Bud and think that may be more what we see than what we saw versus Postol. But at the end of the day, it's all about the styles and how they mesh together and things like that. So it very well could be a case where Bud's strategy versus Postol may be the right strategy, or it could be the strategy he employs, and it could be the totally wrong strategy, and it could work against him. But we'll see. I mean, we got quite a few good fights, big fights on the horizon before that fight. So it's one of them things to be seen. I'm gonna skip over a couple comments just to kind of stay in this same vein right now while I'm speaking on this stuff. See what Trex had responded. He said, I thought he fought cautiously versus Prescott too. I think he fight cautious in must-win fights. I think for a while now, Bud, every fight's been a must-win fight for Bud. Once you got to a certain level. And when you say must-win for Prescott, that makes a lot of sense because Prescott basically opened the door for Bud. You know what I'm saying? Bud was you know what I'm saying, he came in like in the 11th hour to fight Prescott. And I picked, and I've said this plenty of times, I picked Prescott to win that fight. I was like, man, Prescott's good enough that he ain't fixed to let some dude just come in, who wasn't scheduled to fight him and was planning to fight somebody else, come in and beat him. And, I was wrong. He did his thing against Prescott. So, but yeah, and maybe he does, and maybe he fights cautious. Another reason he may fight cautious, and maybe even Porter fight cautious, is because of their inactivity. This is a long stretch of inactivity for those guys as well. I think Bud will have been out of the ring since November of last year, so like 11 months by the time they fight. No, it'll be almost, I think he fought November 7th. So, and I think this fight is November 20th. He would have been out of the ring a year. And I think Porter last fought, if I'm not mistaken, in, was it March of last year? When Porter fought, what's that guy's name? Sebastian Formella. So both of these guys will be coming off of long layoffs, longer than they're used to. So it's a situation where we might get a little caution from both guys, or then again, both guys may be concerned that they don't know how their stamina is gonna hold up because of the long, time out of the ring, that we may get fireworks from the opening bell. I don't know, but I think we're in for a great fight. We're in for a treat regardless. Rod X said, like Al Davis, used to say, "Just win, baby." That's it. I think I might have read that already, but yeah, I know I read it. I don't know if I read it out loud, but yeah, like Al Davis said, just win. You just gotta win this one. Sometimes people say win now, look good later. And that's sometimes you gotta go with that. Joseph Brown, shout out Joe Brown. Roddick said Bud using a postal blueprint would be smart, but I think Porter might have something to do with. Yeah, Porter can have a lot to do with. And it goes both ways, vice versa. Bud's gonna have a lot to do with what Porter's able to do, and vice versa. I think both of these guys are good enough to make the other guy have to change his plan, make him have to redirect, and back up and say, hold on, this isn't working, let me try something else. But with Bud, he does that almost in every fight anyway, with a great deal of success. Whereas Porter does that in fights sometimes, and he ends up having to keep changing because he goes to something else that doesn't work. And then he eventually goes back to what he was already doing. And like I said, Porter runs out of ideas a lot to me. But I'm not going to act as if Porter doesn't have a chance to. I'm not going to act as if Porter doesn't have a chance to beat this man. Trey said I could have used better words, but yeah, by must win, I meant Prescott was a breakout fight. Post-all, yeah, Trey. That's kind of like if you look at those two fights. Look at the parallels of those two fights. Those were both like first big stage fights, because Post-all was the first big pay-per-view fight. So that's a stage in and of itself that a lot of fighters never get to. So when you as a headline on a pay-per-view, so that was a big deal. So yeah, that was you want to go out and win in that opportunity, regardless of the viewership and all that stuff. Is nothing you can do about on fight night. You got to go out there and look good. You don't know what the viewership is doing when the fight is going on, but you want to go out there and make sure that you're definitely the recipient of a win in your first pay-per-view fight. And I get what you're saying, and maybe this isn't what you mean, but I will make this assessment on the whole statement about being cautious against Post-all. I felt like there was periods in that fight where Bud, if he had put his foot on the gas, he might have got Post-all out of there. But he seemed reluctant to really press for the knockout in that fight. And I think a lot of it had to do with respect for Post-all and his abilities and what he had done. So there's that. But then when it comes to Prescott, Prescott was definitely his gateway to notoriety. You know what I'm saying? And it had more to do with, Prescott was kind of a name because he had just annihilated Amir Khan a few years earlier. And so his name had some buzz, some cachet, some recognition. So getting a win over Post-all was very important. And it was an opportunity that kind of fell in his lap. So he definitely needed to make the most of it. Yeah, y'all hit that like button for me. If y'all feel like sharing the video, sharing the live stream, share it. But definitely hit that like button for me. Help bring some visibility to the channel. I'd appreciate it if y'all could do that. Are there any fights on tonight? Oh man, I'm not. If they're already on, I'm not. I hadn't been checking for them. I was on. Actually, I made my picks on Champ Ross, and y'all, the fantasy league is for this season is about to end, and the new one will probably start up like 2 weeks later. I think we're getting close to the end. It might be the last week or week before last. Right here, but I'm actually looking at the schedule now, and most of the fights that are on here for today were actually the UK fights. So most of them probably have already happened. Yeah, because most of them on BT Sport. So as far as I think there's a fight card in Mexico maybe, but for the most part there's not anything on. If you want to watch some boxing, you got an ESPN Plus app or something like that. Go watch some of the older fights. I see Trey like said that Rod X some old heads on ESPN Plus. Bud counterability is the main reason I'm picking Bud. That's what Joseph Brown is saying, and that has a lot to do with why I'm picking him too. I think when I said earlier that some of the things that Porter does well that keeps him in fights versus guys. And some of the things Porter does well keeps him, you know what I'm saying, presents guys with a lot of challenges, and that they may present Bud with challenges. When I said, and then I said that I think those very same things may help Bud get separation in the fight, or however I phrased it. That's what I'm talking about. I think Porter and his style will give Bud a lot of countering opportunities. And Bud has great counter ability. He's great at his punch selection, and punch placement. And I feel like with that being the case, he will probably, have some success, a lot of success counter punching Sean Porter. Because Porter, leaves himself open a lot. And Porter misses a lot of shots. Roddick, okay. So, and then Roddick says Gamboa gave Bud his first major exposure. Yeah, the Gamboa fight was a bigger fight than a lot of these guys. Gamboa had name recognition because Gamboa was every time you turn around, Gamboa was on HBO fight. And Gamboa, coincidentally, Gamboa is one of my favorite fighters that's still fighting. And the parallel between Gamboa and Bud for me is that I didn't like either guy when I first started watching them. And by not like them, not like I didn't like them as a person, but I've always found myself picking against them. So there's probably like 6 fights that I kept picking against Gamboa until I got to the point I was like, man, I just don't like how cocky this dude is, but I got to give him credit for his boxing ability. And I also didn't like that Gamboa was always getting up off the canvas, getting dropped. So I used to work with this guy, and we used to talk about it at work, which it was odd because I rarely work with people who talk about boxing. But this guy used to work together, and but I used to see him at work every once in a while because we didn't really work in the same area. We talk about boxing every time we talk, Gamboa's name would come up, and we both will always talk about, man, somebody gonna knock this little dude out, But he'd always win, and we talk again and be like, man, I don't know, that dude be good, So, and of course that was well before Bud ended up eventually stopping him. But it's just a little tidbit about, how I looked at Gamboa and Crawford. So, of course, when they fought each other, at that time, I was really sold on Gamboa. Hold on a second. Throat grind up again. So, at that time, of course, Gamboa was coming up, had just come up in weight, I think, like the previous fight. Then he had like a year of layoff. But I kind of felt like Gamboa had the skills that would give Crawford a lot of problems. But and he did give Crawford some problems, But I'll be honest, in that fight, I picked Gamboa to win, so I had to eat crow on that. I ate a lot of crow behind Bud Crawford, but I ate a lot of crow behind Gamboa too. Yeah, Eubank. Okay, Miguel Vasquez on ESPN Plus. Okay, so I saw that card and I thought I thought it was in Mexico, but that don't mean it wouldn't be on ESPN. But I guess it ain't in Mexico. I know that I saw something I read about some card that was in Mexico. I thought this weekend, maybe I was wrong. But so the Eubank win, no Eubank fight got canceled. I talked about it earlier on that his opponent didn't pass the medical. So there was something they didn't like something in his medical evaluation before the fight, and I'm guessing it was too late to find a replacement opponent. Okay. I used to support Gamboa heavy. It's a shame we never got Gamboa Lopez. Rod X, there's a video on my channel. It's old, but there's a video on my channel talking about that fight back when Joshua and AJ and that whole saga was going on. That I talked about, the problem with letting these fights marinate and things like that. And it really, like that one, I guess, I'm a little bit over it now because Gamboa is, he's close to retirement. Walmart pretty much done retired. But yeah, for a long, and they actually were talking about fighting like a couple of years ago. They were talking about fighting in Miami right before, probably about the year before COVID. They were talking about putting on a fight in Miami. And I think both guys had a fight and won, but then Gamboa ended up fighting Rocky Martinez, I think, whoever he fought before he fought Tank. I think basically the Tank opportunity got presented to Gamboa, and that's where they left the Wama fight. But even if they had a fought then, I mean, you're talking about a totally different fight from what we could have got back when they both were coming off of big wins, and just a little background on that. Maybe nobody cares, but just the crazy thing about that marination going wrong is that Bob Arum had both fighters, and he had them fighting on cards together. People wanted to see the fight badly. Both guys were champions, and the last thing he done before the fight got ruined was Wama fought this guy, this African dude named Rogers Mtagwa, and Gamboa fought Salito. Gamboa beat Salito, even though I think Gamboa got dropped in that one too, but he dominated Salito. Wama beat Rogers Mtagwa, and then the very next card, if I'm not mistaken, Wama fought Salito and Gamboa fought Rogers Mtagwa. They basically just switched opponents. Gamboa beat his opponent, and Wama got stopped. And I think Wama had dropped Salito too, but then he ended up getting stopped late. And then, of course, I mean, the rest is pretty much history. Wama eventually rematched Salito, but he lost again. I mean, and it was kind of like the fight was almost a mirror of the first fight. Like Wama got out on him early and looked like he was going to stop him, and then he ended up getting stopped himself, if I'm not mistaken. So I got to remember it being that way. So Trey says, you can only let a fight marinate if you have the skills to keep winning or a fan base that want to abandon you if you lose. Yeah, I agree with that. Ideally, you don't lose, but because even with the Floyd and Manny fight, as far as like them making that money, I mean the fight they did well there, but I don't think the fans by and large don't feel like they got the fight that they wanted, that the fight was what they wanted. Now some of the fans don't like the fight because they didn't like the result. And they might have got the same result 5 years earlier. The fight might have looked, pretty much the same way. But the problem is that when they fight, when they go out there and lose, then people look at that as, like, well, he's probably not going to be the same guy because this person will beat him and that person will beat him. Like, I mean, in all honesty, you look at AJ and Wilder. Some people say that fight's still big and it'll still be big, but I don't think it'll ever be as big as it would have been. Even if both guys could find their way to being the only two champions in the division again, I don't think that they can come together and make a fight as big as the fight that they would have had a few years ago. But at the end of the day, if the fight happens and it's a good, exciting fight, or if fans just want to see the fight because they don't want to be arguing about 30 years from now who would have won the fight, you still have the fight and you still, you let them get in there and get their paper. And let us fans, enjoy the fight. Because I'll be honest, what bothers me more than marination going wrong is the fight never happened, period. You know what I'm saying? Because even though the Floyd and Manny fight happened all them years later, people can argue about how the fight might have played out 5 years before that, or a year before, or 3 years before, or 4 years before, but they can't argue about, I mean, you got some people that will, but at the end of the day, they can't argue about what's in the record book. The record will always state that Floyd Mayweather won that fight. So, and it's the same thing about these other guys. If they fight whenever they do, it's going to be, I mean, you look at Roy Jones Jr. and Bernard Hopkins, they should have rematched a long time before they finally did. And when they got in there and they rematched, the fight went how it went. Now, there's some people, me being one of them, who feel like that rematch would have played out totally different had it been 10 years earlier. But at the end of the day, it happened when it happened. And in the record book, Bernard Hopkins will always own a win over Roy Jones Jr. in a rematch. It is what it is. Both Rod X said both fights, Lopez versus Salido, were wars. Yeah, I agree. Marinate fight too long, they spoil. Yep. Pacquiao got knocked out, and him and Floyd was still huge. Maybe 90% of what could have been. Pacquiao has loyal fans. Yeah, and I agree. But every fighter's not Pacquiao. And you said it. If they got a fan base that won't abandon them, and I honestly, even though AJ has a fickle fan base, and I'll just bring him up because I've already mentioned that fight, I feel like all it takes is AJ to get a couple wins. You know what I'm saying, and they're right back on because they like the spectacle, they like the pageantry and everything else that's associated with an AJ. Hey, anybody else having problems hearing me? I see SWAT TX. Welcome to the chat. It's first time seeing you anywhere, but welcome. But a lot of people. There's been a few people in here. Nobody said anything about the volume. It might be on your end. Hey, anybody else need me to turn the volume up? I don't want to turn it up, and then people, Trey Hicks, how's the volume, man? All right, hey, SWAT TX, man, try to turn it. See if your headphone may need to be turned up a little bit or something. I don't want. I'll bump it up a little bit, but I don't want to. Hey, how's that right there? That too loud? Gil Cole, is that too loud? That all right? Like I said, I don't want to get it up too loud. I don't want to be sounding crazy on the playback either. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, so like I said, man, with Joshua, he got a fan base that's going. I feel like if he get a couple more wins, and they'll be right back on riding with him. So he'll be still, Rod X just said it. He'll be selling out stadiums in the UK for a while. I mean, even like those guys like Derek Chisora and Dillian White, man, they got fan bases that love them. I mean, you look at Ricky Hatton. I mean, now granted, you got some people who are fickle fans, and of course with AJ, you do have a lot. The ones that turn on him are very boisterous about it. They let it be known that they have this thing for him and stuff like that. I salute Hyphy. So they let them be known that they're how they feel about him, and they kind of seem like they turned their back on him. But at the end of the day, they'll still come out and support him. They'll talk about him bad, but then when the fight, when time comes and he got an event, they'll be there to support him. Or they'll be there to support the event, whether they're really there to support him or not. I mean, because even if you look at Floyd Mayweather, not everybody that packed out those venues to come see him fight were really his supporters. They were, but they weren't intentionally his supporters. So with that being said, sometimes in the right circumstances and right situations, these fights are still very viable and they still should be made. And like I said, for me, and I'll touch on the Lewis and Bo situation. I would much rather have seen that fight 3-4 years too late than what we got. And that was the fight not at all. Because I think they missed the mark on making that fight like 3 times. We had the time when Bo threw the belt away. Then they agreed on the fight. They agreed to fight. And then McCall stopped Lewis, and that killed the fight. And then they were going to fight again, and then Bo ran into Galata. And it basically after how the first Bo Galata fight went, it basically almost made that fight unmarketable because it looked like, okay, this is how you're looking against Galata. The Lewis fight is probably not going to fare well for you. So he rematched Galata, and then basically he's out of the sport after that. So, for me, I would have much rather have seen the fight happen than not happen, because here it is all these years later, like 20-some years later, and we still have debates about who would have won between the two combatants instead of being given the opportunity to see who was the better man as a professional. So I definitely am not gonna just sour on AJ versus Wilder and just say, man, under no circumstances would I support them guys fighting each other, because I didn't get the fight when I wanted to see it. I'd support it. I mean, and I feel like even Wilder, Fury versus Joshua, whenever they do finally fight, I think for the UK fans, regardless of if there's a belt on the line or not, I think for some of those, for them, that's going to be a big fight, and they're going to fill out some arena somewhere, just like Groves and Frotch and Amir Khan and Kell Brook may have the opportunity to do the same thing. King of King boxing, salute. But yeah, and most of y'all in here, I need to say this, but most of y'all in here probably should already be subscribed to each other's channel that make content. But any of y'all that make content, y'all subscribe. Y'all subscribe to these guys and ladies that make content. And if y'all make content, let it be known. Let people know, hey, y'all come over here and follow me, support my channel, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes it takes a little bit of motivation to keep doing this. You know what I'm saying? Because I'll be honest though, I go through spells where I just get on YouTube or go to boxing forums and talk boxing, but don't even put content on my channel because sometimes it just get aggravating with just the stuff that you're seeing in boxing. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying? And even sometimes sometimes you're doing it because you want to know that you got people who actually care about what you got to say. And that you're not just getting on here because, when you got real grown folk stuff going on, man, sometimes it's hard to find time to get on here and talk some boxing. Like, I like to go live a whole lot more than I do, but it's hard to find time for that. So I appreciate y'all who do come around and hit the thumbs up and say something to me in the comment section and let me know that y'all done stop by. Because I'll be honest, man, it helped keep me motivated and keep me doing it. Because, you know what I'm saying, I didn't get on here to start talking boxing just to stay stagnant. I do want the channel to grow, even though I don't pour as much energy into it as I probably should sometimes. Gil Coles, I don't want to see Wilder versus Fury 4. Yeah, for me, man, I really want this to be it. I do. Now, granted, if one of these guys is a champion down the line and the other guy puts himself in contention for a shot, then I wouldn't be one of those people saying, man, we don't need to see that fight again. I mean, if the guy gets himself in contention, that's kind of what it is. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because and quite honestly, Stavern somehow found his way into a rematch with Wilder. And, a lot of people didn't want to see that fight because for real, you know what I'm saying, just being 100, you know what I'm saying, the first fight was such a dominant win for Wilder that, you know what I'm saying, people kind of felt like they knew Stavern, and Stavern seemed to have fell off, not gotten better, so it kind of was like, oh, he got to fight this dude. But Stavern still presented an element of danger because he was a big puncher. But, so if Wilder, just say for instance, Wilder's the WBC champion or undisputed champion or whatever. I'm just speaking hypotheticals. If Fury ends up being a number one contender, I don't want to see Wilder throw a belt in the trash because he don't want to fight Fury. You know what I'm saying? Or vice versa. Because you just never know because a lot of these guys, especially the heavyweight, man, it seems like in the heavyweight division, these guys never go away. Like, man, we still got guys fighting Manuel Char and Pulev. We got Povetkin just retired yesterday, whatever. Povetkin just recently retired. He was like one fight removed from knocking out Dillian White, who was supposed to be one of the up and coming heavyweights. So you just never know with these guys. These guys will. I mean, if you look at what's the guy like Tony Thompson. Tony Thompson fought Vladimir Klitschko, got stopped, and then it was like a couple years later he found himself the mandatory again for another sanctioned bout. And he got stopped again. I mean, so because heavyweight's a small division, I mean, you know what I'm saying? If Fury, which I don't think, to be honest, if Wilder wins, I don't think Fury hangs around a whole bunch of years. But my point is, I wouldn't be surprised if Wilder were to win this fight, and then just say if he wins and 3 fights from now, Fury's like the number one contender or number 2 contender for his belt. See what I'm saying? And that's kind of, I know it sounds crazy, but I mean, just like I said, I just gave an example of it. In heavyweight boxing, like I said, these guys take forever to go away, and then guys find themselves back in title shots, even if they got blown out in a title shot. Because even look at I think Oquendo, Francis Oquendo, man, that guy I think he just now retired very recently. He was somebody mandatory for like 5 years, seemed like. All right, Roddick said, I supported Bo heavy. Bo had all the tools to be an all-time great heavyweight. I guess it just wasn't meant to be. And I really like Roddick. I feel the same way, man. I look at Bo as an all-time great heavyweight in terms of skill set. But he doesn't have an all-time heavyweight body of work. And that's where the separation is, for a lot of fighters. Like, even if we look at guys that are in our field of vision today, there are guys that have all-time great skill sets, or just let's just say they have a great skill set for today, but they're not getting the fight, so they're not looked at as a great fighter, because you're only going to be measured in terms of who your greatness was against. So even when you have guys who look at Terrence Crawford and say that, hey, I see that y'all think he's number one pound for pound, but I don't see the body of work because I don't see the names, or they don't see the opposition that they feel like he should have been fighting or could have fought. So they kind of discount him as being a really good fighter for the time, but they're not able to, in their mind, put him up there as a number one pound for pound, or even as a great right now for those reasons. So I respect that, because everybody sees things differently. And sometimes you don't know what you don't know. And a lot of times people, they don't know how certain people came to be in certain positions and things like that. So they only judge it by what they know. And you have to respect that. And sometimes you don't want to go through all of the trying to tell somebody how something came to be, because it seems like you're being a salesman trying to sell them on why they should feel the same way you feel. And quite honestly, I want people to feel how they feel. I don't want to try to make somebody feel like they gotta have my same vantage point. I don't want to make somebody feel like that in order to be cool with me, they gotta believe what I believe, or in order to be cool with me, they gotta like the same fighters I like, or they gotta put them on the same step in terms of greatness as I do. But that's a great assessment of both. All time, he had all the tools to be an all-time great, but like I said, the body of work wasn't there, in my opinion, for him to have had an all-time great career. But to me, and I'm not going to act as if I seen all the Sam Lankfords and Jersey Joe Walcott fights and all of that stuff, and all the Sonny Liston fights and Joe Louis fights and all that. But from what I've seen about heavyweight boxing and what I saw from Riddick Bowe in terms of skill set, I feel like the man had a skill set that could measure up with the all-time greats. Now, that's just skill set. That's just the skills. That's not me saying that he actually was able to put those skills on display for a consistent or a consecutive period of time to actually show that he was that guy. His reign on the top was short like leprechaun. I mean, that's just the bottom line. The game needs the voice of reason. Go smell them off. Okay. All right, Trey. I appreciate you saying that, man. I came here to hear the voice of reason. Much respect to you, Gil Cole. What's good, bro? Hey, main man, what's going on? Glad I caught the live. Listen in, salute. Hey, salute, man. I've been on for a minute. I've been on probably about 20 minutes longer than I planned on, but I'm gonna keep cooking for a minute. As long as people want to keep dialoguing with me. I got a little time today, tonight rather. And y'all, like I said earlier, man, y'all, I mentioned earlier about y'all subscribing to these people who make content. I know not everybody may not be acquainted with one another or whatever. But for y'all that saying y'all that make content, like I said, let it be known and y'all support one another. Your main man, one of the channels that I rock with on a regular basis, he messed with me. Y'all go over there and subscribe to him. You know what I'm saying? And in the same thing, Trey Marlowe's Corner, those guys, Scrapbook, y'all go over, y'all subscribe to each other, give each other, you know what I'm saying? Give each other a little boost. Just everybody shouting each other out. Scrapbook, D-Lo 44. Hey, Scrapbook, what's good? Hey, I did come over there and catch one of your videos. I can't remember who it was about now, man, off the top of my head. I know you talked about Benny Leonard in the video, but it wasn't about Benny Leonard. But I came over there and caught I was actually at work, so I was sneaking. So I couldn't really, I probably did. I know I hit the thumbs up. I think I left a comment when I first got on the video, but I probably didn't leave a comment later on. I don't know. But I was trying to get a listen in on and get back used to listen to your videos and that soothing music that you always have playing while you're dialoguing on your videos, man. I really appreciate you taking us down memory lane. And I really get a lot of enjoyment out of listening to your channels and listening to you break down these old fighters and talk about, some of these fighters that I kind of only heard about in passing, and me being, as I say all the time, I'm from the CSRA, part of Georgia called the CSRA, and that happens to be the same area that, Vernon Forrest is from. Also, Paul Williams, even though he was from South Carolina side. And then also the great Bojack. So, just to name a few. So when I heard your documentary on Bojack, man, it was very insightful, and I heard a lot of stuff that I had kind of like heard mentioned of, but you went so much deeper into it, and it was very enjoyable for me. All right, so much respect to you for what you do over there on that channel, Scrapbook. I'm always trying to find time to get over there. And like I said, I think I mentioned to you in the comment section on one of my videos, you had commented. I apologize for not getting over there like I should. To be honest, there are a lot of people whose channel I need to unsub from because their notifications come in instead of the notifications from the people who I need to be supporting on a consistent basis. So with that being said, I got to clean up my subscriber list. You know what I'm saying? I really do. And I don't mean that to be, trying to be negative toward anybody, anything. But quite honestly, man, I gotta do a better job of supporting those who support me. But I also got to do a better job of supporting those who I really enjoy listening to the content from, and those who I really feel like genuinely drop content because they have an affinity for the sport of boxing that somewhat parallels my own. And it's not just about other things, you know what I'm saying? And it's not about narrative pushing and things like that. So for me, I have to, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I gotta, and then I didn't necessarily unsubscribe. I gotta find a way to kind of get my notifications to where they're coming in like I want them to come in. Like I want to make sure I'm getting my notifications from, Marlowe's Corner, from Main Man, from Scrapbook, from La D, people like that who come through and support me on a consistent basis. You know what I'm saying? King of Kings Boxing, The Voice TV. And, you know what I'm saying? And I'm really missing the people that are in here right now, but for the most part, there's some people who consistently support me and consistently show me love when I come through, Bruce Goes and their channel, so I want to make sure that I'm, getting those notifications ahead of notifications from some of these other channels that I may support, but at the end of the day, they put out so much content that there's always something for me to watch on them. But I mess around and miss Scrapbook 2, 3, 4 times. I'm back trying to catch up on a lot of videos. So so that's kind of the way I look at it. No slight intended on nobody else or nothing like that. And if it came out that way, then it wasn't my intention. All right. So, Main Man said Bo will forever regret dropping that belt. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Every day. I think, like I said, I understood why Bo dropped the belt. I've spoke on it multiple times. I understood why he done it. Not necessarily saying I agree with it. At the time, I mean, I'll be quite honest, man. A lot of people talk about fear. Bo dropping that belt, in my opinion, had more to do with greed than it did fear. And even the greed wasn't even on Bo's part. It was more so about it was more so about money. It was more so about the purse split and what his team felt like they should be able to give Lennox Lewis for a fight. And then once Lennox Lewis turned that down, they didn't want to hear from him. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, quite honestly, Lennox was given an offer. Lennox turned the offer down because he felt like, nah, I'll just wait and get more, or I'll wait until they mandate it and I can get this much percent on the purse bid. And then once it got to that point, Rock Newman, was like, man, throw the belt away, whatever. And Bo did it like a good little boy, and he should have done that. In my opinion, yeah, I don't think he should have done it. So, okay, everybody's talking to each other. Yeah, main man said Bo versus Lewis would have been a great fight. Yeah, I agree, man, and that's what I was saying, man. I just don't really. I'd rather see a fight too late. Now I don't want to see a just a ridiculous mismatch. Like I don't want to see. Just say for instance, like okay, like I'll give an example. Like Tyson versus Lewis, when it happened, it was a mismatch, but it didn't have to be. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't that Tyson was just run ragged at that point in his career. I think the fight being a mismatch had more to do with Tyson's approach to the fight than it was. And I feel like we could have got a lot better fight a couple years earlier. But at the end of the day, you gotta seize the opportunity that's put before you. Because if you look at Lennox Lewis when he fought Vitaly Klitschko, that was at a point in Lewis's career where, first of all, he was preparing to fight Kurt Johnson, and then he got pulled out, and Vladimir wasn't available. He ended up fighting Vitaly, and you know what I'm saying, we ended up getting a good fight. And Lewis found a way to prevail in that fight. But you know what I'm saying, Lewis wasn't in the best of shape, but he had enough dog in him to make it through that fight and eventually stop his man on cuts. Scrapbook OG want to ask you about Bernie Ross. Okay. It's Trey X talking Scrapbook. Rod H. Eric Salute Scrapbook. Tony Canzaneri. But yeah, I think that was the video I watched on Trey X. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Barney Ross had an outstanding left, but Joe Brown had an outstanding left. Okay. Thank you so much, Deal. Yeah, hey man, seriously, I appreciate it. Hey, I meant that, man. I ain't just talking just to be talking. I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. You know what I mean? Scrapbook, I'm saying it because I mean it. I learn a lot. I learn something every time I come to your channel and watch a video, and I learn something. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing, man. Like to me, when I get on here and talk boxing with people, I want to be learning something. That's why I go to the trivia. Of course, I would support them anyway, but that's why I go Marlo and Trey X and on trivia night, go over there. I ain't going over there to doggone, what I'm saying, to go over there and shine. Sometimes I go over there and don't even answer questions because I just intentionally go over there and say that I'm going to go over there and learn, and that's all I want to do. And I'll sit over there, for just about the whole trivia thing, and I say salute at the beginning and might make a comment in the middle, try to say something funny or whatever. But for the most part, I'm just trying to learn, and that's just what it is. And Trey X said Rod X know his lead hand jab hook. Oh, he's talking about Bernie Ross. Yeah, Bernie Ross is special. Scrapbook said it's true, D-Lo. I don't remember what I was saying now. Sorry. Everybody talking to each other. Rod X told me he can't wait for next fight with man. I hope, and I ain't trying to tell nobody what to do because everybody's time is valuable, But I hope a lot of guys, saying, like a lot of y'all in here that do live streams and put out content. I hope this week I hope my notification button, my notification alert bell is about to blow, fall off, because I hope guys are putting out content left or right talking about this fight. And I'm not saying that for the sake of us trying to build up the fight. I feel like the fight is gonna be, what I'm saying, the presence of the fight, the build up of the fight, the turnout for the fight or whatever. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. I'm not talking about for the sake of affecting and influencing that, but I'm just talking about for our sake of us just doggone getting out, getting ourselves motivated and enthused and really just primed for a fight that, most of us in here, I'm pretty sure, have been looking for that fight, looking to see that trilogy fight for a long time. When the fight first ended, the second fight, I knew that Wilder was going to exercise his rematch clause. So I felt like, okay, now let's see what Wilder does in the meantime, in between time, because that guy that we just saw ain't gonna beat. I don't think he beat any top level heavyweight. It wasn't just that the Wilder we saw in the last fight wouldn't beat Fury. I don't think the Wilder we saw in the last fight beats a lot of guys that Wilder had already beat. I mean, that's quite honestly how I felt. So I wanted to see what he was going to do after that, and I really thought that after that happened, he would come right back, saying that we get the fight within like a 6-7 month time frame at the longest. And then everything happened in the world and everything happened with these two fighters. And then here we are all these months later, over a year later, finally getting this fight. And it's been postponed yet again. So now we're finally getting this fight. So I definitely hope that every day I get off work or when I'm at work, when I can, get my earbud in and I'm not too busy, at my computer or whatever I'm doing, that I'm listening to somebody talk about Wilder versus Fury. That somebody's talking about the build up of the fight, that somebody's breaking down the fight, on an analytical basis, or somebody's, telling me, hey, they're making a video about their trip out to the fight, or whatever, or they're talking about their fight party, whatever it is, that's what I want, because I feel like this is a big event, and I'll say this too, and I talked about this on Main Man's channel. I called in on his live stream, called into his hotline, or whatever you want to call it. Y'all know I'm country and I'm old school, so that might not even be the right word, but I'm gonna say hotline. So I called in on his hotline, and I was talking about the Porter versus Bud fight, and one of the things I said was that people, our contemporaries, our constituents, our peers on this YouTube platform talked about wanting to see Porter versus Spence for well over 2 years now. And we got the fight, and there are those of us crapping on the fight, talking down on the fight, this, that, and the other. And it's like, we can't always have it our way. We're getting the fight. We say we wanted the fight. If you don't want to support the fight, at the very least, don't try to hurt the fight. Don't try to hurt the event. I mean, that's why you have a guy like Tim Bradley hadn't apologized to Porter and to Bud Crawford, because as soon as the fight got announced and it was on pay-per-view, he just tore it down. And he works for the network that's going to put on the fight. So, it's like stuff like that kind of just, appreciate that, man. Scrapbook. But yeah, stuff like that just, it's like have me scratching my head. Like, man, are we boxing fans or are we boxing fans? What's going on? So, and like I said, or are we boxing fans or are we boxer fans? And I think some people look at things like they don't want certain things to become something because they worried about somebody getting a leg up on somebody else and this, that, and the other, when in reality we should just be supporting the sport. Let's just support the sport. Let's support these fighters, but let's not worry about who's going to be in the lead in terms of who got more pay-per-views, and because they got more pay-per-views or because they beat this fighter more conventionally than that fighter, they deserve X, and because they did this many pay-per-views, they deserve Y, and all. Let's let them argue over that. Let's support the fighters, and let's not let those type feelings get in the way of us supporting the fights that we should support, some fights that we say we want to see, the fights that we ask for, the fights that we accuse guys of ducking. Let's support these guys, and let's support this event. And I didn't really want to take it there, but for a long time, you have people always, have certain people criticizing black fighters, saying they can't sell, and then you got two black fighters on the card together, and neither one of them are really like the marquee guys in terms of notoriety. But the least we can do if we're not going to support them is not tear them down. You know what I'm saying? And like further propagate that narrative that black fighters can't sell, or that black fighters can't lead a card without having another fighter of a different race or the ethnicity. But that's all I'm gonna say about that part of it. But I mean, seriously, you know what I'm saying? Like, support the event. You say you wanted this fight, support it. Support the innovators, not the imitators. Hyphen, spot on. All right, Scrapbook, Trey X talking, Rod X, Trey X talking. The X's are talking to each other. Scrapbook saying that's true. Yeah, I'm speaking some truth, because hey, if Scrapbook says that's true, then I think I'm saying something that's kind of at least halfway right. So hey, I must be talking good. I ain't speaking the gospel, but I'm speaking all right. All right, Scrapbook, Rod X talking to Trey X again. Okay, yeah, I had jumped down to that. His comment be jumping around. Like I went to a comment, then I looked up, and then like I missed like 8 comments. Yeah, some on YouTube. Trey X and Marlo always educate. Yeah, Trey X and Marlo has always educated us positively about boxing. I agree with that, man. That's what I get over there. Like I said, perspective is something else. You know what I'm saying? And from my perspective, from my vantage point, when I go over to Marlo's corner, that's what I get. You know what I'm saying? That's what I see. I go over there. I feel like I'm a part of. You know what I'm saying? I feel like when I go to the comment section, I feel like I'm welcomed over there. I feel like everybody in the comment section, as long as you're over there being respectful and you're not, you know what I'm saying, you're not over there trying to tear people down and make things personal. I feel like, you know what I'm saying, it's a good environment to be in to talk boxing. The good environment to be in to talk boxing trivia. Good environment to be in to listen to people break down fights, and even when they don't agree with one another, can still have an amicable conversation about the sport of boxing, about the fighters, about the fights, and about, just an overall appreciation for the sport. And I get the same thing over there on Main Man. You know what I'm saying? I go over there to his channel. Not everybody in the comment section agrees. Not everybody in the comment section agrees with him. And, you know what I'm saying? But that doesn't hurt the atmosphere. That doesn't hurt the environment over there. You know what I'm saying? Because people going to keep it respectful. And I'll say that both of those are channels that I have wrenches on, that a lot of times, you know what I'm saying, I can't, like, for the most part, I rarely ever have to use my wrench, because, you know what I'm saying, if it ain't other people over there keeping the chat clean, people have learned to stay from over there, you know what I'm saying, with that nonsense, because they know they ain't going to survive in the comment section. So that's what that is. And I hate that the fella, I just thought about that. I don't know if this person was really somebody who came over here to talk boxing or whatever, but the SWAT TX, I guess that SWAT Texas, asked me to turn my volume up, but I never did see him comment again. I don't know if they could hear me or what the case might have been, but I hope they actually was somebody who came with good intention that wanted to actually talk boxing. And I hate that they get an opportunity to say what they wanted to say, but I mean, everybody else was saying that they could hear me good, so I didn't turn my mic up, because, like I said, I don't want to sound crazy on the replay, and I don't want people telling me that I'm too loud either. Because I think I got You know, I think I got a pretty decent mic, at least. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and nobody ever complains about it. And I know when I actually make videos on this setup, when I go back and listen to them, they actually sound a lot clearer than 90% of my videos, because like 90% of my videos I make on my phone, from start to finish. So it's very rare that I make a video in here in this setup. So when I make them, like I said, the clarity is a little bit better, and it should be, because this is a real mic. It's not some phone mic. Let me get back to where I was. Okay, that was Scrapbook saying he agrees with me again. We must support our fighters. Yes, sir. No downside to the fight. Action packed, 2 top fighter. Man. I mean, that's all I'm saying. You know, give these guys, you know what I'm saying? Give these guys credit, man. These guys aren't, you know what I'm saying? I mean, and I'm not gonna say who they aren't, because I don't want to talk down on no other fighters, but I'll just say who these guys are. You know, these guys are both guys who have been champions, you know, multiple times. I think Bud has been a champion consecutively, for the most part. I mean, of course, when he first left 140, he didn't have. Basically, once he left 140, he was no longer a champion. I guess you could say that. I think he, you know, before he fought Horn, but if you say that ever since his first championship, he's been a champion up until this point. And I don't know how many years that's been now. I'd say maybe about 7, 8 years, maybe. And then Porter's a guy that's been a champion twice. You know what I'm saying? He's been a guy who, you know, like I said, is always in good fights, win, lose, or draw. She never had a draw, but yeah, he did. He did have a draw. He draw with Julio Diaz. But, you know, and win, lose, or draw, Porter's always a guy that's in good fights. I actually thought Porter lost a Diaz fight. I always have to mention that. But either way, but these guys are 2 guys that, you know what I'm saying, for the most part, I believe they're going to leave it all out in the ring. But I do hear people saying things like, you know, are we going to get a boring fight, or these guys will come out and fight tentatively? You know, is it going to be, and I've seen a couple fights where guys had like a buddy bash and people were like, man, these guys are really trying to go out there and give it their all. But I remember Jermaine Taylor and Jeff Lacey fought. I think they were at 168 when they fought each other years ago. And that fight, people were talking about they don't know if the guys are going to really go out there and really give it their all, because they were good friends and they were like Olympic teammates, and they actually were roommates in the Olympics and all this stuff. So people were kind of concerned that when they fought each other, that they wouldn't go out there and really just give it their all. And I think that was a pretty decent fight. And I don't believe Bud Crawford and Porter have that type of relationship. They know what I'm saying? I don't think they're looking at each other like that. So, you know, guys can go out there and fight, you know what I'm saying, and still and have a respect and appreciation for each other, but still go out there and put on a good fight. You know what I'm saying? So I don't expect it to be a boring fight. Maybe have 1 or 2 fill-out rounds, but at some point, everything about these 2 guys and what we've seen thus far, for me, it tells me that this fight's going to eventually heat up. And when it heats up, you know, we should get a good, exciting fight from these guys. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. But if we don't, we don't. You know what I'm saying? I've been wrong before, and I'll definitely be wrong again. You know, so you know, it is what it is. All right, so Marlos, excuse me, sorry about that. Trey X. Trey X says Joe Lewis knocked out his friend Henry Lewis, John Henry Lewis in the first round. Yeah, it happens. And see, that's something I didn't even know. You know, it's a fight I've heard the name, and I knew about the fight. I didn't know those guys were friends. You know what I'm saying? I never really, you know, and I might have, because I think I do think, now that I think about it, I think I remember asking somebody where they related, because I didn't know John Henry Lewis's name was spelled different. But I never saw that fight. I did know that it was a first round, but like I said, I don't know that I know that I knew that they were friends. But I think I do remember asking the question, like, were they related, because both of their last name was Lewis. But also, you know, another thing, you know, speaking about these guys, you know, being friends, you know, Malik Scott and Wilder, they, Malik Scott being trained by Wilder right now, but when they fought each other, Wilder stopped Malik Scott. I know people like to use the word, they like to use certain words when they talk about that fight and don't really give Wilder credit for that. But at the end of the day, he went out there throwing punches with vicious intent. And the result was Wilder got his hand raised and Malik Scott lost the fight by KO. So, you definitely have friends fighting each other in the sport of boxing and not going out there trying to carry one another. And that's a term. That's a term that I feel like has no place in the sport of boxing, but it's gone on for years and years and generations. You know what I'm saying? Even when I listen to Scrapbook talk about some of the fights on his channel, I've heard him mention that term, about guys carrying another guy for 8 rounds or carried him to the decision and things like that. And I guess, what I'm saying, you can understand why in some cases it's a bit of respect or compassion, or sometimes it's about, allowing a guy to be able to eat. Because in those times, it could have been a situation where a guy was one bad loss away from his career being over. Whereas if he go out there and he could go to full 15 rounds, or if he go out there and he could last at least 10 rounds, then that opened the door for him to get another fight. But if he goes out there and just gets blown out, then that's an excuse for them to pull the rug out from under. So, I think sometimes you have things like that go on in the sport of boxing, whether that was right, for the fans who are paying their money to watch the fight and who are, looking for, a fair one. They're looking for guys to go out there with all intentions of going out there and ending the fight, going out there to win the fight and putting everything on the line. But sometimes you don't get that. So, that's, that stuff happens in boxing. But, I don't think we're in jeopardy of Porter and Crawford not going out there with the intentions of trying to inflict hurt upon the other guy. I think these guys are going out there to win, and they're going out there to win by any means that they can get to win. And I commend them on that. You know what I'm saying? That's how they got this far in their career. They didn't get to where they are by going out there being gentle and compassionate and going out there being nice and cute. They got to where they are by going out there trying to, going out there trying to take guys' heads off. So, those are the two guys that we got, that are supposed to be getting in the ring with one another in November. And even with that, man, I mean, I was just thinking, November is, I mean, we're in October. It's October 2 today. You know what I'm saying? We're only a month and a couple weeks away from Porter versus Crawford. So wow, Hey, salute Wu 36. Hey, did you change your name? Yeah. Anyway, like I said, we're not that far away from we're not that far away from Porter versus Crawford either. And then even before that, we got the Plant Canelo fight coming up. And I know, just from having conversations and reading some of you guys' comments in other chats and stuff, I know that we have a lot of differences and opinions on how that fight is going to play out. But that's for those of you who feel like, put it in the comment section if you don't mind. How are you guys picking? Well, first we're talking about how are you guys picking Porter versus Crawford, or no, Wilder versus Fury. Can I get a roll call on who got Wilder and who got Fury in this third fight coming up next Saturday? I'm just interested in knowing, what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not no judging anybody for their opinion, or I'm not gonna try to sway anybody from feeling how they feel. I'm just curious as to who y'all think wins the third fight, Wilder versus Fury, and how do y'all think they win in terms of, when I say how, I mean decision, KO or whatever. I'm not gonna ask anybody to try to break down, how they think the fight plays out in the comment section. I know that's easier said than done. These characters can only articulate things so well when you're typing what you're trying to say. All right, so we got 2 for Wilder. Lala D saying it's gonna be a KO. Main man said Wilder all day. I think he picked Wilder. I think he said multiple times that he thinks Wilder gets the KO as well. Right. So we got 2 of y'all that did, that voiced what your opinion on it, and 2 for O going by Wilder by KO, 3 for Wilder by KO, Gil Coles. So we got Lala D saying Wilder by KO any given round. Main man Wilder all day. Surprised just say my main man Bomb Squad all day. Bomb Squad all day. So Scrapbook Wilder by KO. Trey Wilder as a heart pick. I would feel better if I saw him working on defending the roughhousing. Yeah, man. I not only defending the roughhousing, Trey. I want to know that if the roughhousing comes, that Wilder's gonna get rough back with him. That's what gets me. That I want to that he gets back to doing it. You know what I'm saying? Gets back dirty with him if it has to. I gotta read this. Lala D said, D-Lo 404 says, when am I Layla D? Get yourself together. Every time, I keep saying that. I don't know why I'm saying it on this live stream. And I keep correcting myself, but I've been like, I hope that she's not catching me saying that. But yeah, every time I do it, I think back to when I specifically asked you in the chat on Marlo's Corner to enunciate it for me. In the comment section, and I said, I typed it out and said, is it Layla or Lala? And you told me, and I still, because for some reason on this live stream I keep getting it wrong. My apologies. Let me get myself together. Lala D. Rod X, I got Wilder. Scrapbook did say he had Wilder. I like for Wilder to focus on the body work. This is Wu 36. He dropped the daddy. Just Wu 36 now. Said I like for Wilder to focus on the body work early and often. Attack the body, kill the head. Hey, just a tidbit for you, Wu 36. I'm real particular about what I call people. You know what I'm saying? Like even like Demetrius Andrade, I don't like to call him Boo Boo because I don't like calling grown men, stuff like that. Even though I had a guy that I was friends with that his nickname was Boo Boo, and that was all anybody ever used to call him. And I even used to have a hard time calling him that, after we got past a certain age. And then like daddy, I always be like, man, I ain't calling no grown man daddy. Like I used to not say Puff Daddy, I'd be like Puffy. Or like my granddad nickname was Big Daddy, so I called him, we called him Big Dad. And you know what I'm saying, and Riddick Bowe had the nickname Big Daddy, even though I was a Riddick Bowe fan. I was like, man, I ain't calling no grown man, I call this man Big Daddy. So, you know what I'm saying, but every once in a while I catch myself saying it. So it was always, you know what I'm saying, like I respect your support for the channel, and I respect your boxing knowledge. So I called you what your name was on the chat, even though sometimes I kind of be like, man, I don't like calling this man Wu 36 Daddy. But hey, out of respect, I called you by the name you want to be called. So I'm kind of glad you dropped that. But if you went back to putting it back up there, I still call you that anyway. So now that I've digressed, let me get back to what I was talking about. I would like for Wilder to focus on the body attack early and often. Attack the body, kill the head. Yeah, I like that too. But I think there's a lot of openings for Wilder. I think there were openings in that last fight, but he just didn't have himself together to even begin to try to capitalize on them. and even the openings that he was able to take advantage of in terms of touching Fury, he didn't have anything on his shots because he didn't have his foundation. His foundation wasn't there, legs wasn't there, so he wouldn't get any steam on those shots. Gil Cole said if Fury survives the third, he beats Wilder. I don't know. It depends. To me, I feel like if I just think that if Wilder can be a better version of the Wilder that we saw in the first fight, and he's able to land the shots at any point in the fight, if he's able to land the big shot on Fury, of course you don't want to land it in the late in the fight like he did last time and give Fury time to, it's so close that you're already he's almost spent himself, and then of course Fury gasses and the fight, Fury is able to hold on and he's gassed and he can't finish it. But if I think that the fact that we all know that Wilder's power carries for 12 rounds, I think that he's dangerous at any point in the fight, and I think that at any point in the fight that Fury is caught clean, that the fight could be over. But I think what would happen differently, or what I would like to see happen differently, if Wilder drops Fury and doesn't finish him, doesn't stop him, and Fury gets up, that Wilder doesn't go all old Wilder and just shoot his load trying to get him out of the right there. He paces himself and fights intelligently and goes to the body and fights behind the jab and lets the stoppage come and not try to force a stoppage. I wish Wilder would have hollered at Andre Ward about roughhousing. Yeah, that would have been somebody to help definitely with that. But they have their I'm assuming. I mean, they may not have any history between each other. I mean, it may just be more read into it based on what we've seen online, but never really heard anything between the two guys about each other. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I've ever really heard either one of them really say anything about them having any kind of disagreements amongst each other than a difference of opinion about, the first fight, the first Fury fight. But yeah, I think Ward is definitely the guy to teach a fighter about what to do when somebody's trying to get rough with them and things that you can do yourself even to initiate the roughhousing if it comes to that. And I'm hopeful that maybe that's one of the things that rubs off on Plant, because Plant may have to, utilize a bunch of different things to get equal footing with Canelo. Trey X, old player, okay. So you pick a winner. Non-picking that, yeah. Trey X, don't ride the fence on this pick, man. Just pick your winner. Pick one and ride with it. LG Talk Boxing, salute, fam. Peace and blessings to all. One and all. Yeah, MZ. I sent that over to you. What you I think I responded to your email. I think you responded to your email. So yeah, glad you got that. Got that little beat I sent over to you. Wu 36, I take Wilder by KO or Fury quit on the stool. He needs to give Fury a punishing, hard hitting lesson. Yeah. People, the fans say one thing, when it comes to how the fight played out between Wilder and Fury, and they talk about Wilder didn't have this and he didn't have that, and he's this and he's that, he's not, like basically, and Fury won both fights, and out of 20 rounds, Fury won 18 and Wilder won 2 and all of this stuff and all that. But then when you listen to Fury talk, Fury, and I know Fury said a lot of crazy stuff, but when Fury giving Wilder credit, he don't talk like these fans. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he may talk all his big dosser and all that old silliness, but when he's actually talking about their fights, he's always talking about how hard Wilder hit. And you know what I'm saying? Even when I'm thinking about Areola, when they were talking to Areola about who's the, about Wilder and how hard Wilder hits. Areola said that Wilder's jab feels like most guys' right hand. So, you know what I'm saying? I think if Wilder could touch him, he's gonna give him that punishing hard hitting lesson. He just needs to consistently touch him. Like Fury told him, try to hit me in the face more often, then he'll fare better in the fight. But I think Wilder, like somebody said earlier in the chat, and I don't like to say somebody, I like to give people credit. Who was it that said Gil Coles, I think. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm going back through the chat. But anyway, no, it was actually Wu 36. I think instead of Wilder going in there just trying to hit his head, he should focus on that body attack, because that body is going to be a lot harder to evade Wilder's shot. It's going to be a lot harder for that body to evade the shots than it was for that head to evade the shots, than it is for his head to evade the shots. So I think that strategy is exactly the way to go. Hey, who remembers El Fenici picking Brazil to beat Wilder? I never laughed so hard. El is crazy. Yeah, I remember El Fenici making he makes some wild picks out there, but then every once in a while one of them picks lands, and then he's the one laughing. So yeah. Yeah, I had people on my channel before the Brazil fight, probably like a year before the fight up to the fight, saying that Wilder was ducking Brazil and telling me, Brazil can punch and this, that, and the other, and Wilder don't have the skills that AJ has, and that when he finally does fight Brazil and he gets stopped, then they want to see what I got to say about it. One of those guys, after that fight, I went back to the comment section. All those comments were gone, and then I tried to go to his page. His channel was gone. I actually had screenshot a lot of his comments as he was making them, so I actually made a video when I used to do my comment chronicles videos. I actually made a comment chronicles video talking about it and showing all his comments that he made about Brazil. But like I said, coincidentally, either he took his channel down, and I think he came back as somebody else, but he took that particular channel down because this guy didn't make content or nothing, so he didn't really have anything to lose by just erasing, just deleting the YouTube channel and start a new one. We good, D-Lo 404. Those who know, salute. I think it's about me saying I don't like calling me and daddy. Kangaroo Jack, the fight will be closer, no doubt. It's very hard to pick against Fury, though. Yeah, it's hard. I'll say it's always hard to pick against a guy you've never seen lose. That's why I'm having a hard time picking picking Crawford to stop Porter. I realize Crawford is on a 7-fight stoppage or a 7-8 fight stoppage run, but I also know that Sean Porter is on about a 40-fight run of never being stopped. How many fights he has, and the one and only time that I picked Porter to lose by stoppage, he went out and fought a very competitive fight, and he got dropped, but he didn't. I don't think he was close to being stopped, and that was in the Spence fight. And I know a lot of people talk about, well, Spence chose to fight Crawford a certain way, and that's the only way he didn't get the stoppage, and this, that, and the other. I think Spence didn't get the stoppage because it had a lot to do with Sean Porter, not just Spence. So it's hard for me now to just jump off a cliff and say this. So I agree. Sometimes it's hard to pick against a guy who we've never seen lose, but also if you really break down Sean Porter and look at everything, the way it is, that guy, there's a lot. I mean, not Sean Porter. If you look at Tyson Fury, there's a lot of things that, could be exposed, and a lot of things that Tyson Fury doesn't do so well. Tyson Fury is very unorthodox, but unorthodox doesn't always mean a good thing, doesn't always mean a bad thing. So a lot of times I think people overreact to some of the things they see Tyson Fury doing because of how big he is, and they act like it's just something just godly. But I can see Tyson Fury losing this fight quite clearly, and I can see him losing fights against other guys too that aren't even in the conversation right now as a top heavyweight. But at the end of the day, until the guy loses a fight, he hasn't lost a fight. Man, how many people's birthdays are there? Trey X, if it's your birthday, happy birthday to you too. Because I think it was somebody else's birthday earlier. That was in here. All right, y'all. So Wu 36 said, I don't see how Fury won the first fight. All close rounds get scored for the champ. Wagging your tongue, making faces doesn't score fights. And man, it's not only even that. To me, it ain't even about close rounds. You know what I'm saying? Going to the champ. It's like, to me, the rounds that people are saying were close. Some of them weren't close to me. Some of them Fury didn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like some of them Fury landed like 1 or 2 punches, and he tried to wrestle Wilder, but Wilder would land the crisp shots and stuff. I mean, I don't want to speak too much on it because I haven't watched that fight in over a year now. But I did. I actually was in an area at my job Friday. No, it was Thursday. And I wasn't able to look at it on my phone, but I was listening to the whole fight on my phone while I was working in a certain area. Actually, getting ready to do some inventory, so I was get some stuff organized so we can do our inventory. And I was listening to the fight, and it was actually the call by what's his name? Not Bernardo Suno. The guy that does the PBC, the guy that interviewed Wilder for PBC sometimes, Raphael, I forget his name now. But anyway, it wasn't the version of the fight being called by Paulie. It was actually somebody else was calling the fight. It was that guy. It was, how y'all can go back and listen to fights, and when you listen to the replay, listen to it or go back and watch a fight, it's a different commentary. Like back, you had Colonel Sheridan and those guys calling the fight that you saw on HBO and Lampley them calling. So when I was listening to this fight, it was being called by old boy from that, like I said, does the interview with PBC, the one that told Wilder that he heard that he had fired JDs, and Wilder asked him who told him that information. So he was actually calling the fight, and you know what I'm saying. So I'm listening, and I mean, at the end of the fight, he was basically talking about basically he knew Wilder had won the fight. And then he was outraged when they said a split decision, a split majority draw. So I ain't, it's just all, but it all depends on perspective, you know what I'm saying? But for me, listening to the fight, it sounded like I saw it, and it sounded like, you know what I'm saying, from what I was listening to, it was brought back the memories of what I thought I saw when I watched the fight, that Wilder did the better work. And won the rounds. Everything Fury did was exaggerated. When Fury would land a big shot on Wilder, it was exaggerated. The fans would overreact to it and stuff like that. So it's just one of those things. Just whatever. But yeah, people saying that, even the ones who say Wilder lost the first fight, they go way out on a limb and say that Wilder only won 2 rounds. The 2 rounds he got knockdowns in, and that's crazy. See. Let me see. Layla D. Sorry. Lala D said, I remember a guy took his channel down after Mayweather beat Pacquiao. Yeah, a lot of people took their channels down. A lot of people took their channels down when AJ lost to Ruiz too. Lala D talking to Trey X and Mark Stearns. Main man, made man. Fury is a huge threat. All right. Wait a minute. 3 people birthday today. So Lala D's birthday, Voice TV's birthday, Dre Fine and Trey X, all birthday is October 2nd. Well, happy birthday to all of y'all. And I'm glad y'all chose to spend some time with me on your birthday. And listen to me try to talk boxing. All right. So wasn't much action in the first 5 rounds in the first Wilder versus Fury. All right. It wasn't a whole lot going on. There was a lot of feeling each other out. I felt like Wilder did the better work in there. you know what I'm saying? But I just never saw. I never saw enough to give Fury those rounds that a lot of people wanted to give him. MG Talk Boxing say he got Wilder and KO in the 10th round. Wilder can let Fury. Oh, Wilder. Main man said Wilder can't let Fury lead on him. If Fury take time off, it's over. Yeah. I don't want to see. Wilder letting that man, you know what I'm saying, lean on him and tire him out and push him around the ring and, you know, trip him up and all kind of stuff like that. I don't want Wilder in that looking like a victim. You know what I'm saying? I feel like at some point in that second fight when Wilder got knocked down and he got hit behind the head and he got knocked down or whatever, he got up, that he basically he got up like a victim. You know, like he was talking to the ref, like, hey, he did this and he did that. And I think that's one of the things that now I'm not a proponent for the rabbit punching because that's very dangerous. You know, I don't want to say that I want a guy to get up from being rabbit punched and get up and rabbit punch another guy, but it's like at the same time, it's a war in there. You know what I'm saying? And if a guy's in there fouling you crying to the ref, that guy's just gonna keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? You don't get up with that victim mentality. You get up with that, you know what I'm saying, that get even mentality. You know what I'm saying? If you're both doing it, then the ref don't have a choice but to step in. So, okay, so Lala D's birthday is in January. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm. I don't know. I don't know what I'm kind of trying to keep it with a chat, but y'all could be talking to each other, and I'm thinking you're talking to me. So anyway, so Lala D, you got another happy birthday, even though it ain't your birthday. Scrapbook said happy birthday to all. Treg said his is Monday. He started celebrating today. I can see that. Either way, I still appreciate y'all coming in here. You know what I'm saying? Spending time with me on this Saturday evening, this dull Saturday evening with no boxing. Even though there was some good football games or some games that were supposed to be good and ended up not being good. All right. Has there been any information on that fighter that got brutally KO'd against Callum Smith last week? I haven't heard anything about that guy since like the day after the fight when they said that he was taken to the hospital. I didn't hear an update about what his condition was or anything like that. For some reason, I think his last name was Martinez, but I might be wrong. But, you know, I'm actually going to try to see if there's anything that pops up right now about that, because I'm actually interested in that myself, and I kind of feel bad that, you know, I haven't looked into that, haven't thought much of it, because, you know, we don't, you know, boxing is a barbaric sport, and it's a, you know, for the most part, it's a fair sport. You know what I'm saying? It's, you know, skills on skills, but, you know, I feel like we can't get desensitized to the point that we have this, oh, well, it's just boxing mentality when these things like this happen, you know what I'm saying? Because these are actual people who have someone who loves them and cares about them. They have fans who support them. They have a team around them. And I think sometimes we kind of have a business as usual approach when things happen, even the tragedies, sometimes that we may speak about it once and then we just move on from it. So I'm kind of a little ashamed that I haven't actually looked up to make sure that this guy is doing okay, because I genuinely was concerned. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like, okay, hurry up and get this guy out of the ring because I want to see AJ versus Usyk, or Usyk versus AJ. His name was Castillo. Lennon Castillo. Yeah, so I'm trying to look up now and see how, you know, how Lennon Castillo is doing since his since the fight, you know, since this fight with Callum Smith. Okay, so this is from September 28th, and I'm actually on boxing247.com. This is after suffering chilling knockout Lennon Castillo is okay. He passes the brain scan. So I'm just gonna read. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna read this whole little paragraph because it's not a whole lot. It says, "And what is nothing short of great news? Yahoo Sports reports how light heavyweight Lennon Castillo, who suffered one of the most frightening knockouts you will ever see on Saturday night when he was sent into spasm by Callum Smith's big right hand to the head, is in good condition and has been released from the hospital. Castillo, who remained motionless for a worrying amount of time after being knocked unconscious, is still in London but has passed the brain scan and he has been released from the hospital. Castillo's manager released a short statement. He's in good condition. He was released 3 hours after the KO. They completed a brain scan and everything was okay. People feared for the worst when they saw him go down so heavily in that fight. So then it said talked about how Smith was even Smith was visibly shocked and apologizing, saying really felt, bad about the situation. And y'all who saw that, y'all know that, Smith celebrated for like a split second, and then when he realized what was going on with his opponent. He really couldn't even celebrate that win. He was so concerned for the guy. So, it's good to know that Lennon Castillo is doing better. He's actually a Dominican fighter. I didn't know that at the time because I really wasn't watching that fight because, it was on Marlo's corner. I was engaging with the chat like everybody else. So I really wasn't checking for that fight like that because I kind of felt like it was a fight that Callum Smith was supposed to win and that he was gonna look good so he can go on to bigger and better things at light heavy. All right, so Rod X said that KO looked different. Yeah, man, I hate KOs when guys start twitching and things like that on the canvas. I mean, they're cool to look at, after the fact when the guy was okay. But like some of Wilder's knockouts, I can go back and look at them. I know those guys are okay, so it's like, yeah, I can go back and look at them. But in real time, those are hard to look at because you just don't know what's going to happen. And even the KO of the here I go again. So the female fighter who got killed, who died in the ring recently, and forgive me for her name escaping me right now, but when she went down and her arm was flailing and all this, and it looked really bad, but I was hopeful that in her case it'll be something, like maybe she was, just having a spell that she was going to be able to come out of because, we've seen things happen to other fighters and then they go to the hospital and things are okay. And in Castillo's case, that is what happened, but with the young lady, she didn't make it through. So, and may she rest in peace. But, boxing's a brutal sport, man. And that's why that's why I don't talk about like certain things, about the Fury Wilder stuff. I know there's people out there who talk about, they hope Wilder does this and that. I mean, at the end of the day, man, I don't want either of these guys, any of these fighters, to not be able to go home to their family after a fight. But at the same time, they are the ones who signed up for the sport, and they are the ones who know what's at risk, and they accept that risk. But I'm not gonna wish anything that bad on any fighter. I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, they what I'm saying, boxing is just a sport. And I have genuine love for people and compassion for people and an understanding of, what loss feels like, what I'm saying, and empathy and sympathy for people. So I can't sit here and watch a fight and say, and I hope that, this happens and the Joker don't make it home. I can't do that. But that's just me, But y'all, I think I'm gonna cook for about 15 more minutes. That'll make 3 hours, which is 2 hours longer than I plan on being on. But since y'all here with me and y'all chopping it up, I kind of just let it go. Y'all know I like to talk boxing, so when I got somebody to talk boxing with, I'm gonna talk. So and crazy thing about it is I'm not a very talkative person. So I just talk about it unless it's something I'm really very interested in and passionate. For the most part, I could be around you and not say nothing. You know? But when it comes to the sport of boxing, you know what I'm saying, I got a genuine zeal and zest for the sport of boxing. You know what I'm saying, and you know the crazy thing about it is I remember a time when I did not watch boxing for I think it was like a 2 year stretch that I was like I ain't messing with boxing no more, and I wouldn't. Hey y'all, if you're in here, hit the like button for me, like MZ said. Thank you, MZ. But I remember a time when I didn't watch boxing, and and I could tell y'all that it had something to do with a ring death. Um, at that time, and it kind of just I felt like it was an unnecessary ring death. And I'm not gonna talk about the fight. I'm not even gonna talk about who the guy was that was on the guy who caused. I ain't gonna say cause. I hate to say caused the death because it's not like it was intentional. But I'm not gonna talk about who the guy was that died in the ring, and I'm not gonna talk about who he was fighting. But I'll just say that at that time, the guy that the guy that was fighting the guy that died in the ring was a fighter that I liked, you know what I'm saying? And he wasn't a big name fighter, but he was a guy that I liked. And but I just felt like the death was unnecessary and I felt like that fighter deserved to be protected in that situation. I felt like so many people failed that fighter on that night. And it exiled me to the sport of boxing, you know what I'm saying? And it was like 2 years of boxing, 2 years that I kind of was like, I might have caught a fight here and there, but nothing like me in my relationship with boxing, you know what I'm saying, in terms of being a fan. So it was, and at that time, I remember thinking that I probably wouldn't ever start back watching boxing. Probably would never like boxing. Probably would never hit the heavy bag again, hit the speed bag again. You know what I'm saying? None of that stuff. You know, because that was stuff I did. You know, I always played football, and you know what I'm saying. Like now, I'm a big guy, but when I played football when I was young, I was in shape. But I always had to be careful during the off season because I I played pickup basketball, but I didn't like organized basketball. So my coaches would try to be like, "Well, you need to, do other things, during the off season, because be worried about, your weight going up." So I start, I would do boxing training as, as a way to stay in shape during, during the off season with the football, you know, and do some sparring and stuff like that. But never trying to become a boxer. Just, like I said, just doing it to stay in shape. So even during that time, it was hard for me even to do that a little bit because I kind of just didn't. Like I said, it soured my relationship with boxing. So I'm really, like I said, and I'm saying all that just to reiterate that I'm definitely, what I'm saying, I'm definitely cognizant of how dangerous the sport of boxing is and how guys could, what I'm saying, nobody wants anybody in their family and nobody wants to go to their job and never come home. So that's the way I look at it. And I realize that our jobs aren't is they aren't boxing. But still, that's my attitude about it. So, just drop that a little bit, what I'm saying, on y'all just to say that, for me, I definitely don't wish anything, bad on them fighters to that extent. Lala, Lala D. Hey, you guys, I just Googled that song where the guy says cancer and my name is Larry. And there's a Libra in that group named Charles. So happy birthday to Charles too. All right. But yeah, y'all. Anything else y'all want to touch on before we go ahead and shut this here down? Um, like I said, I'll go. I'm trying to just because I'm right there at it. I want to try to go ahead and go a full 3 hours, which to me is unbelievable that I've sat here and talked for 3 hours by myself because I mean, not that nobody in the comments is chatting, but I'm just saying that I don't have anybody actually, actually on the panel with me or anything like that. Which if I could get on the panel, I'd be glad. Peace, Lala D. Have a good one. Sorry I messed your name up 3 times, or however many times. Gil Coles, 2 more hours. Yeah, man, 2 more hours, I'll be laying on top of the laptop, sleep. If I try to go that long, I just want to, like I said, I just want to cook. I just want to, finish out these last, 10 minutes. I'd actually like to be talking about something, that somebody in the chat, wants to speak on. But, it is what it is. But either way, I'm gonna get my 3 hours. So that means that I gotta play some music for the last 10 minutes, and I'm the only one in the chat to make sure to meet my goal of 3 hours. Then I'll do it, because at 2:51, the last thing I want to do is not go the whole 3 hours. Trey talking about humble brag. Humble brag about what? I'm bragging because I done talked 3 hours. No, I'm actually hey, in a way, the fact that I couldn't get in here and get out when I wanted to is actually a failure. Because I actually wanted to get in here and cook no more than an hour and 15 minutes, and it's so that means that I didn't do a good job of staying on my topics. I kind of, and which I don't mind that, because I feel like that's one of the good things about having a chat, or even being in the chat. If you got someone who actually genuinely pays attention to the chat and cares what the chat has to say, sometimes the comments in the chat will sway the conversation and into another conversation. And sometimes that conversation that comes from the chat ends up being a chat, ends up being better than what you initially wanted to talk about. You guys have dropped a lot of comments that, helped me to be able to talk about some things that, saying that I wouldn't even thought of, but I'm glad that they were brought out. Yeah, by yourself with nobody to feed off of. Man, I'm feeding off of the chat. I'm feeding off the comment section, man. Hey, trust me, if I knew how, and I don't even know if because I'm on this, I don't have the paid StreamYard, so I don't even know if I can. I guess I can. I don't know if I can drop links or what. But if I knew how to drop links, I just said, hold on. Hey, how about that? It don't look right to me, but I guess if somebody want to get on here, and cook, if somebody want to get on here and cook, then I'm with it for a few minutes at least. I mean, I'm figuring this stuff out as I go. So I just put my headphones on. So if somebody want to get in here and cook, somebody got a minute, a few minutes, whatever, want to come in here and talk about something, then feel free to come on in here and talk. Let's talk some boxing. But I got to know. I got to know who you are. I ain't gonna just let anybody just come in here and just jump in and start talking, or risk messing up the live stream. Let me see. All right, what MZ says. MZ says, I'm happy to see this love. I'm happy to see this love. Talk your stuff, bro. Yes, you can drop me. Oh yeah. I think I actually realized that the little invite man was sitting down, the little invite tab was sitting down there. So I was like, well, maybe that's it. So hey MZ, come on for a minute, man. If you got, even if it's just 5 minutes, I just want to see how to work this how to work, what I'm saying, how to invite people into the chat and stuff like that. I want to see what happens when you click the link, on my end. I don't know if I have to open up another window or whatever. You know, Trey X, if you feel like coming on, give codes. Lala done already dipped. Rod X, if you still whoever, anybody wanna, you know what I'm saying, wanna come on for a second and just see if you could okay, I see you MZ. Yeah. Like I said, I just wanna play around with it a little bit because I actually this will be my first time ever having somebody on with me, so I wanna see when you're actually the controller, how that works. You know what happens when it comes in and I try to when I gotta say yes or no or whatever. I want to see what that looks like on this end. So anyway, but yeah, like I said though, yeah, feeding off the the comment section. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and I'm not. I mean, I've been on live streams where there's only one or two people in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm one of those one or two people, I try to consistently, you know what I'm saying, consistently leave comments because I know that helps. You know what I'm saying? That can help keep the conversation going. You know what I'm saying? Like I say all the time, I like boxing. I can talk about it. Talk about it for hours on end. But I also got to know that somebody cares about what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I can just drop a video and ramble on the video, and then I'll find out whether people care about it or not after the fact. But I've been already dropped it, so it is what it is. But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna get on off here shortly. I just wanna test out this 2-person panel thing and see what it see how it goes, see what it looks like when you got somebody on here with you, see how it looks. Because like I said, he said, all right, MZ, there you go.
What's going on? What's going on?
Hey, MZ, you talking?
Can you hear me?
Hold on.
Yeah, you got it, homeboy. Why am I hearing myself? Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, all right, I got you now. I had to turn my headphones up.
Yeah, I see. You surprised me with this vibe right here, player.
Yeah, man, it was. Hey, this is therapy, right? I told you. I said earlier. You probably wouldn't hear yet. Georgia Tech took a thrashing today, so I need to have some kind of positivity this evening.
Man, shoot, you're doing your thing. One thing I'm glad to see is that I'm glad you started to do some lives and doing your channel a different way. It gives us a new spot to go to, different from everything else. Not complaining about the spots that I do go to because the corner is a great place to go to. La D is also a good spot to go to. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm glad to see you doing your thing. I'm looking forward to your channel blowing up a lot more because you decently be putting things out there for people to talk, listen to.
Yeah, man, I try my best, man. You know what I'm saying, do my part. You know what I'm saying. Like I said, I try to. I say it, and you know what I'm saying. Maybe people might not take it the right way, but I feel like I try to bring some balance. You know what I'm saying, because there's a lot of nonsense out there on these airwaves, man. When it comes to this YouTube boxing talk and these conversations, man, it's you know what I'm saying. It's just, I mean, it's crazy, man. So I try to bring some balance and sensibility to it. What little bit I can. I mean, some of my vantage points and viewpoints, they may be way out there to some people too. I know there's some people who probably listen to things I say about certain fighters and they think I'm saying it because I want to defend them, or they feel like I'm a fanboy of certain fighters or whatever, and this, that, and the other. And I feel like that's just par for the course. You know what I'm saying? I don't even get bent out of shape about it. You know what I'm saying? I know at the end of the day, me personally, I'm for the sport of boxing over any of these fighters. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I look at it like this: these fighters gonna come and go, man. The sport of boxing is, as long as things hold serve, the sport of boxing gonna still be here long after we go.
Oh, without a doubt, the sport of boxing ain't going nowhere, man. It's been around for hundreds of years, and it's gonna be 100 more.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. So what you thinking about? You know what I'm saying? How you think things gonna go this week, man? In terms of the build up and stuff. I think that was you asked about where they gonna do it in more press conference or something. And then
No, no.
What you? I know somebody had asked that we was on Marlowe's corner the other week, and you know, I did see that they had done like I think Fury did one by himself. It was like a Zoom conference,
right?
But I think Wilder did one, but I hadn't seen it yet. But
yeah,
I
Wilder
saw
did his first.
You did, okay, yeah. I think I saw that. I saw the thing pop up about it. I couldn't get to it, and then when I clicked on the video, what I thought was about Wilder, they were talking about Fury because, as a matter of fact, it said Fury and Wilder do press conference. But I watched, you know, I went through it and I never did see Wilder, so I was like, okay, his must have been on a different, you know, at a different time.
Right.
So I never did see. I got to go back and catch his. But I tell you, man, I'm just curious to how the week's gonna go. You know, as far as like, you know, what final things are we gonna see coming up to the event, and what's the tenor gonna be like in the YouTube boxing communities and stuff. You know, how is the build up? Is it gonna continue to build, or is it gonna kind of just stay? Because I think the reason I say that, because I think a lot of people are still reserved as to whether or not they think the fight's really gonna happen, even though we're right there.
Right. I'm excited about it. I think the build up is going to keep growing. But you're right about being reserved because, you know, Fury's daddy said you shouldn't bet on him until they're actually in the ring.
Yeah.
And you know, when they get to talking, you have to read between the lines on everything because you don't know when they telling the truth, when they lying. They might mix them together and just to throw you off. But I am super excited, man. I cannot wait till this Saturday. I can't wait. I've been telling all my partners and everything. Say, man, go on YouTube. Forget what they're going to be talking about on TV. Pull it up on TV. Go to this Marlowe's corner. Listen to that dude, Trey X, call the fight and enjoy it. So, yeah, I'm super excited. I'm giddy. About it. I can't wait for this fight to go off. I think Wilder gonna stop Fury in like 10.
Yeah, man, I'm excited. Like I said, I'm excited about the fight. I'm reserved, like I said, just because it's Tyson Fury. You know, we've seen Tyson Fury so many times right there at making a fight, and then the fight, for whatever reason, the fight don't happen. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't just him. Man. Boxing is that way sometimes. So, but the fact that what we had before, man, we were like, I think like less than 14 days out from the fight, and then suddenly he got to pull out. And then with everything being as it is now, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, it's so many things that could go wrong. So it's almost like you want both fighters in the bubble, just chilling, waiting on fight day.
Exactly.
And their whole teams as well, you know, because I don't want somebody to show up at the fight without their trainer either, you know what I'm saying? So it's just one of those things where, man, it's like, what all can go wrong? Hopefully nothing goes wrong. Hopefully we get a really good fight. Hopefully the event gets off without a hitch, and you know, at the end of the day, you know, the best man wins.
Yes, sir. It's going down this weekend.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, man. I definitely I definitely think that you know, I'm to the point now that I really feel confident that the fight's gonna happen Saturday. And I think it's because, you know, at this point, the people who already done took losses, you know what I'm saying, and I'm not talking about people like you and I'm talking about the people in boxing who done already took losses behind this fight. I don't think at this point they're willing to take that loss again, take another loss about this fight. You know what I'm saying? Not at this juncture, because from my understanding, I don't even think they gave all these people their money back for these tickets and things. I think a lot of people got rain checks.
Man, well, a rain check is, I guess, is decent if they can clear their schedule to be able to make it down there and stuff like that. But if they can't make it, that's gonna really suck for a lot of folks.
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
I'm thinking that it should go off without a hitch. That's what I'm hoping for. You know, you can only say pretty much sorry that for the people that got messed over, that's not going to be able to recoup. But for those that's going to be able to recoup and make it, get there, go see it, because in my opinion, that night it's gonna be something to see. It's gonna be something to see. I think Wilder is going to push Fury, and try to beat him up.
Yeah,
They're talking about punch. Wilder stands a better chance trying to punch me in the face. That's because Fury don't want to get punched in that snowman ass body of his.
Snowman. Yeah, you about right. Hey, and I tell you, man, the thing about it, you know what I'm saying? Like when you talk about, the people who, might not be able to make it out, but they already done paid for seats, things like that. It's gonna be crazy. I can imagine being somebody who paid thousands of dollars for seats and then can't make it to the fight, and then I look at the fight and they talk about it as a full house, so that means somebody sitting in my seat that I paid for. So, and then, so that would be a terrible feeling. You can't even give me my money back, but y'all still either y'all sold the seat to somebody else anyway, or either y'all just kept my money and let somebody sit in the seat free. Whatever. So it's just crazy the way that stuff was done. And man, even with the airlines, like the airlines already took such a beat during this pandemic that
they ain't trying
they didn't even do right by people. You know what I'm saying? People trying to get that money back for plane tickets. They're like, well, we give you credit so you can fly somewhere later on at another time, and this, that, and other. Like, man, that's terrible.
Yeah.
So hopefully people don't find themselves. Hopefully people don't find themselves in a situation where, yet again they talking about, it's going to be pushed back.
No, I don't think they're going to stand for another pushback.
No, and I'll be honest, man. I think I would probably move on from it. To be honest, even though I wasn't going to the fight, I'd be like, you know what, it's a wrap. Because I already been want to go ahead and click that buy button, but it's like, shoot, man, no, let me hold off just in case something do happen in the cable company try to act a fool. So let me just so I'm gonna wait. Well, hey, I'm gonna wait till the weigh-in.
See, I'm gonna wait till the night of.
Yeah, I usually do that. But I'm gonna try to save a couple of dollars this time. If I can get, I think it's like a $10 discount or something to pay the day before. But yeah, hey, look at that, ain't worth doing if the fight don't happen though.
Exactly.
Just
I got a
question.
question.
Some money.
Have you rewatched the first fight between them?
Hold on, Mike. My headphone messed up. What you say?
Have you watched the first fight between them again?
Did I watch it?
Have you rewatched it?
I have rewatched it, but it's been a long time ago. Like I was saying earlier, I heard it. I actually re-listened to it like Thursday. You know what I'm saying? I might have glanced at my phone about 3 or 4 times, you know what I'm saying, for maybe a total of about 5 minutes. But I was actually had it in my pocket while I was doing some stuff.
Right.
So I was listening to the fight, but I didn't actually physically watch, wasn't physically watching the fight. But yeah, I rewatched the time. I probably have rewatched that fight probably 3 times since it happened. But most of the times I watched it was before. I watched it probably twice before the rematch, and then I probably watched it 1 time since the rematch.
Okay. There's 2 things that I noticed in that fight. One, there was a time that Fury kind of had pushed Wilder toward the ropes, and Wilder caught him with a body shot, and Fury's whole face expression changed. You could tell that punch hurt him. He bagged up off of Wilder. And there's another time that I've been telling my daughter, because she loves boxing.
Okay.
I pointed out to her that there was a point where Fury landed a good flush shot on Wilder, and the way the camera rolled, you could see Wilder's face, and Wilder gave Fury this look like, "That's all you got," and he gave one of those ugly ass looks like, "Man, I'm gonna beat your ass" type thing. And to me, at that moment right there, Fury realized he can't beat Wilder the typical way. He gonna have to come up with something, and I think that's been one of the big reasons why Fury has been trying to prolong and get out of this fight because he is the one that don't want to go through it again.
Yeah, I know. Even when they had that, when after the first fight and then they had a rematch, that that rematch was supposed to be their next fight, and Fury, he circumvented that fight and had two other fights and then came back to it. So to me, when people make these claims that Fury dominated Wilder in the first fight and only 2 rounds he lost was 2 he got dropped in, if that was truly the case, then and if Fury believed that, he wouldn't have went and got a new trainer. He wouldn't have did. He wouldn't have done all these things that he done before fighting that second fight. And then when we had the second fight, we wouldn't have had all this stuff that's looking suspicious either. So, the fact that all of that stuff took place the way it did, that tells me that Fury don't agree with them even about the first fight.
Exactly. And I say Fury lost the first 4 rounds, honestly, because all that jibby jabby stuff that he was doing, he really didn't land any punches. Wilder was I hate to say the more aggressive at the time because I don't like scoring talking about a person more aggressive, but with that, Fury was really trying to. He spent the first 4 rounds trying to make sure he didn't get touched by that right hand.
Right. I mean, and aggression is part of it. I mean, it was effective aggression. It wasn't like Wilder was out there just throwing punches. It's like we talked about. What I'm saying. And, I can't remember who brought it up in the comments section. Maybe I think it was L Dub when he was in here. One of the things, and I'll repeat this. We still got a few people in the chat, and some people gonna catch the live stream replay, I hope. But L Dub and also MG Talk Boxing, you yourself, y'all are channels that I support. Heaven, I want anybody in the in this comment section or anybody on the live stream or catching a replay, support those 2 channels. Go over there and subscribe, check them out, and give them some support. But anyway, but with that being said, L Dub brought up Paul Williams, and he talked about the Lara fight. It goes to you just talking about aggression, right?
Right.
And you said you don't really want to just score aggression. Well, in the Lara fight with Paul Williams was the aggressor. He was the guy throwing all. He was the one who threw probably double the amount of punches. But the problem with that fight is that he wasn't the effective aggressor. He was effective in terms of he was dictating the pace of the fight. He was effective in terms of, that it made Lara fight a certain way because of his volume. But ultimately, what Lara was doing was more effective than what he was doing. So, but in the Wilder Fury case, to me, those first few rounds you talked about, Wilder wasn't just the aggressor. Wilder was effectively aggressive.
Exactly, and that's why I could lean toward his aggression and understanding that. But most of the time, I usually try to aggression. Something like you said, some fighters be aggressive by throwing a bunch of punches, but if they're getting blocked into the wind, that's really not as effective as you would think. In no way, shape, form, or fashion. But damn, I just had a brain fart. I lost my train of thought just like that.
You was talking about these effective aggression and Fury doing all that posturing and all that stuff.
Yes, and I checked out Jack Reese, on at the barbershop, and even Jack Reese, the referee from the first fight, he was like, man, I had Wilder winning the first 4 rounds straight up. This is what the referee, who a lot of people was mad at because he didn't count, he didn't go ahead and call the fight out when Fury was laying flat on his back. That guy said that he felt like Wilder won the first 4 rounds. So if I agreed with him, and I instantly said, okay, if Wilder won the first 4 rounds and then he got 2 10-8 rounds, you know what I'm saying? How do y'all come up with a majority draw? I'm still having an issue with that because I've looked at that fight a lot of times, and I seen Fury. I gave Fury a few rounds, but not enough to turn it into a tie.
No, I felt like the best case scenario is what you just said. For Fury is you give Fury the fight in terms of rounds 7-5, But even with that, he still would lose on the scorecard with the 2 knockdowns. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of, I think for a lot of people, they know that. That's why they go extreme and say Wilder only won the rounds that he knocked Fury down in. Because if you can't give him but a couple more rounds outside of those 2 rounds, and he wins the fight. You know what I'm saying? So that's why people just say, oh, he just won 2 rounds he knocked down in, maybe one more or something like that. Hey, salute to Hyphy still in the chat, God of War and El Fenici. You know what I'm saying? Let me read these couple comments right quick, MZ.
Go for it, Chief.
So this God of War says Wilder can't fight from the back foot. Fury will probably beat him again. We'll see if Wilder is fighting off the back foot. We'll see if Fury, if Wilder backs up when Fury steps to him, or if he meets aggression with aggression. We'll see. Hyphy said D-Lo coming out with 3-hour live stream. Rise, Clyde. Man, I was just trying to talk a little boxing, man. I had a little time, Salute El Fenici. He said salute D-Lo and MZ. And then okay, he's talking to Trey X. So but yeah, so and so that's what I'm saying, man. Like with that, I just feel like people know that you can't, if you look at the fight being what it was and how it played out, you know what I'm saying? It's once you start, the more rounds you start giving Wilder outside of those 2 rounds he had knockdowns, the more the fight goes toward Wilder won that fight. But but even with Fury getting the win that he got in the second fight, people can't even let that be good enough. They got to say he won both fights. He won both fights. He you know what I'm saying, he did this, he did that, you know what I'm saying, and all he did was landed 2 punches and that's all he did in the fight. Go ahead.
No, I was about to say, we all know that's just straight nonsense and just plain hate against Wilder. And it baffles me that all these people claim to be fight fans and they call themselves having channels and really knowing what they're talking about. And this one fight, if you ask me, if you just break it down and listen to what all these people are saying, a lot of them don't know what the hell they're talking about. And they watch the fight. But it's like I said with these alternative facts and that hate, that stupid ass statement, I'm about to tell my truth. That means you just lying to me.
Yeah. Hey, truth is the truth, a lie is a lie. The truth ain't ever lied on nobody.
Exactly.
So, and like my grandma used to always tell me, man, when she was living, she used to always say, hey, when you tell the truth, that truth gonna stand by itself. You ain't gotta try to prop it up. You ain't gotta go calling about ask this person, ask that person. None of that.
Exactly. And you don't have to, when you tell the truth, you go it's the same story every time. It does not change.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When it's an alternative fact or people trying to push a narrative, like as they say, they move the goalposts and stuff like that. That's because they have to move the goalposts in order to keep that narrative going.
Yep, I agree with that. But yeah, got Trey X still in here talking to El Fenici. So El Fenici brought up a good point. He said if I'm not mistaken, Wilder hurt Ortiz while backing up. Yeah, I mean I can see that like it just happened. Yeah, he was up against the ropes and Ortiz was coming forward and Wilder hit him with a shot, and when Wilder realized he was hurt, it's like Wilder started jumping up and down. He was like, oh,
Yeah.
I mean, he caught him with a short left hook, I believe. I might be wrong, but it seemed like he caught him with a short left hook. When he was up, he had his back against the ropes. But it could have been that might not have been the punch that actually hurt him, but it seemed like he hit him with a left hook too. But
you talking about the exchange up against the ropes? I think they was on the left side of the screen.
Yeah, on the left side of our screen. Yep. And Wilder actually was standing there with his chin in the air. because I was kind of worried that Wilder was about to get caught with something, and they traded shots, and Ortiz caught the worst of it.
Yeah.
And Wilder was like a hunt dog, you know what I'm saying? It heard something off in the distance, you know what I'm saying? He just perked right up.
Pinned his ears back and tried to get at it.
Yeah, tried to do it. He tried to do that Wilder thing that he does.
And I listened to him also after the fight in the interview. I noticed when he said that, yeah, I was, he said he was throwing a few punches at him, and when he was hitting him on the arms and stuff like that. He said that it was something that Ortiz was doing in the ring that was letting him know that those punches were affecting him.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it was that fight that he said that, but I remember
it was
one fight. He said, "God, no, but I'm saying I don't know if it. Yeah, but I don't know if it was Ortiz or something. I heard him say something about somebody was grunting or some kind of sound they were making when he was." And it might not have been Ortiz, but
no,
I think
it was Ortiz.
Okay,
because he pivoted off of it. That's when he said that he knew he was setting him up to make that pivot and catch him when he knocked him out.
Yeah,
he had kept throwing that left. Hitting at him with that left, and then he did the little pivot move and caught him with that right. And that I can't remember who was interviewing him or who he was talking to, but that's when he made that statement.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of sounds and signals and things like that, I remember Jack Reeves when he was being interviewed after that Fury Wilder first fight, and he said that that when he went over to Fury and kneeled down, he could hear Fury grunting and he was grinding his teeth together. When he was laying on that canvas. That video is still on YouTube somewhere, but I remember he said that Fury was grunting. And he would grind. He could hear like his teeth were gritting, like he was gritting his teeth together.
Wow, he must have been really out of there.
And he still went over there and started counting.
Right.
No, he just started counting when he started yelling.
Yeah, he went over there and yelled at him.
2.
Got all in his face.
I got money on you, boy. Get up. 3.
Talking about he was giving you. He was a champion. He was giving him all the chances he could give him. Because it was good for boxing. I'm like, that's not your job to be making decisions what's good for boxing. Your job is to ref the fight.
Right.
But in what's today? Today is in 7 days, and it's 6 now, because in 6 days we'll have I hope a clear conclusion. And I'm hoping they got people that's gonna be on the up and up as far as the judges, the referee. I hope the corner and the whole team for Wilder. I hope everybody is on point. I hope they keep their eyes on Fury and them from the time they walk into the gym, into the arena, the whole time they in the dressing room. I hope if I was Wilder, I'd have somebody walk out with their ass just to make sure when they in the tunnel they don't try to pull nothing.
Yeah, man. I tell you, I think it's crazy that we ain't heard nothing about who the judge is gonna be and the ref gonna be by now. Just because of all the controversy around this fight, you almost feel like, you know what I'm saying, because there are a lot of fights that we hear that about, people arguing about who the judge gonna be, or somebody threatening to pull out if they can't, because they don't like a certain judge and this and the other. But we really hadn't heard anything like that in this fight about the judges or ref. Because actually, you think about going into that second fight, I think there probably was some, some conversation about that, because, Jack Reese being, having his mindset and saying, oh, he gonna get a guy a count regardless in that certain situation. And then also, with it being a draw, one or either guy could have felt like, that the judge wasn't on the up and up. So, I'm surprised that we haven't heard anything about any back and forth about the judges or the ref, but I guess it's like we doing good enough to get this close to the fight, so they probably just ain't even putting that out there.
Right. And go ahead. I see you finna hit the read.
Yeah, I was going to read Alphanisha's comment. He said this should be a good fight. I honestly thought it wasn't anything Wilder could do after the second fight, but I think, like Trey X said, by the time you're a champion and still ain't lost, you haven't learned. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't even think it was a matter of, not learning anything, but I think it was a matter of complacency for one. And I'm not saying that as just to say that none of this stuff that was brought up was real, But you know what I'm saying? I think complacency plays a part in it. And even sometimes with complacency, excuse me, doing things that you probably shouldn't do before fights, you know what I'm saying? Like in your personal life, or even as far as like having fights, you know, too close together. I think sometimes even stuff like that is a sign of complacency, because you got a big fight on the horizon, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna have this other fight 3 months before that, even though this guy's a tough guy too, you know, and I'm getting up in age, you know what I'm saying? I feel like having that type of mentality was somewhat a sign of complacency as well. But you know, at the same time, you know, I'll say that about this fight too. I wanted to speak about this earlier, but it escaped me. You know, in rematches, sometimes a lot of times people feel like, okay, you have a fight, it was a good fight, one guy won, he got a knockout or whatever. In the rematch, he'll just do the same thing quicker because he's learned more about the guy. But sometimes in rematches, the guy who won is at a disadvantage because the fight came to him so easy, or however it played out the first time, that he don't feel like he needs to do anything different for the second fight. I just need to do what I did to get the win all over again. So that could be Fury's mindset. What I do like about Wilder losing is that he knew he had to make some changes coming into the third fight. But also from in that same vein, you know, that could have hurt Wilder going into that second fight, because Wilder knows in his mind that he knocked Fury out. So he probably went into the third fight like, I just got to catch him again. You know, I just got to do what I did the first time. He actually he said something about the weight he had put on earlier. Before that last fight, he said he put a little weight on because he wanted to keep him down this time when he knocked him down. And so, and I think he kind of said the same thing again this time too. But my point is that if he went into the fight and with the mindset that, hey, I knocked this dude out, the world saw it, I just need to knock him out earlier so that he can't be saved by the ref. And you know what I'm saying, with that being the case, he could have went into the fight feeling like, you know, feeling accomplished already, and didn't really, you know what I'm saying, feel like he needed to do anything to make any major changes. Whereas Fury went into that third fight knowing, man, this dude knocked me out in the last fight, or could have knocked me out. I gotta make some changes because I can't just let this fight pick up where the other one left off.
And one of the things, you know, I listen to people, they joke about it, you know, the pillow fist comment that Wilder made. And that goes back to when I told you Fury caught him with that solid shot, and Wilder ate it and looked at him as if that's all you got. I believe in Wilder's head, you know, going to that second fight, he was like, shoot, this dude can't hurt me. Yeah. You know, and I think that played right into Fury's hands, because Wilder was like, you know, you got pillow fish, you can't hurt me. And whatever happened for Wilder to be able to get hurt in that fight, that let Wilder know. Now, Fury still has the situation that as bad as I beat Wilder the second fight, I couldn't put him away. And to me, that has to weigh heavy on his psyche. I was 270, right? I was 270 and couldn't still stop the dude with the spaghetti legs.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that says something, you know. That guy was hey, El Feniche, I put it in the chat. That guy's name Don House you're asking about. But that, you know, that's one thing about it is, and that's also a feather that Wilder can have in his cap, is that all of these things were wrong, and your equilibrium was shot, your balance was gone, you were falling all over the ring like a drunk man, but the man still couldn't put you on the canvas and keep you down there. You still got up and still fought. You still got up and fought the fight and was still trying to win at the very end of the fight. It's just, you know what I'm saying, the corner just got to the point that, you know, and us that were watching, I mean, I never disputed or argued about the stoppage. You know, I mean, we were watching it live on Marlowe's Corner, and, you know, we were all talking about, you know, even Trey X was interrupting himself when he was calling the fight, saying, I don't know, man, they might need to think about stopping this fight, you know, because it just didn't look good, you know, and it was like, you know, having a guy that was out, it was almost like having a guy in there handicapped. You know what I'm saying? He really, you know what I'm saying? And I hated to see him not get the opportunity, but I'll be honest, in watching it, I didn't see where the fight was going to ever turn. I felt like it was only going to keep going downhill for him because even when he was landing the shots, he couldn't put nothing on the shots. Because the guy didn't have the legs to be able to plant and actually put no power behind nothing.
Right. Now, I can't lie to you. My daughter, her boyfriend was here. We were all at the house. Like I said, my daughter loves boxing. And, they were screaming, "Oh, Dad, there's something wrong with him. There's something wrong with it." I'm in the house like, "Y'all just got to have faith. He going to shake this off. Don't worry about it. He going to be all right." I was pulling for it. Even when he was wobbling around the ring, I was like, "He going to straighten this up, man. He going to straighten this up." And when that towel came in, I know it sounds selfish and everything, but I sunk. When I saw that towel, I just sank in my seat. I was like, wow, they didn't even let him get the chance to see if he was going to try be able to turn it around. Because I know it looked bad when he was over in the corner. And I think when I rewatched it, I think Fury landed 3 good shots. Wilder was trying to protect himself. And the only thing I can say that I really took away from it at the end is, Wilder did throw the last punch of the fight.
Yeah, he did. And the crazy thing about it is I actually watched that stoppage today, actually, like just that round.
Right.
And I was somebody had a video they were talking about it, and I was just watching that little stoppage part of it on Facebook, and I saw, and I actually said, I was like, the problem that I had, or that probably was the main reason that I was saying that I wanted the fight to be stopped, or that they probably should consider, and that a lot of other people were. It wasn't that Wilder wasn't trying to protect himself. It's that he was doing a horrible job of protecting himself. He couldn't even put his guard up. You know what I'm saying? Like his guard was all crazy looking when he tried to guard his face. It's right. Like he had one arm on one side of his face, and the other arm on the other side, the middle of his face wide open. It's like so it was just so many things that just screamed that somebody needs to save this man from himself, and because he is not about, okay, well, let's give him every opportunity in the world to preserve his oath. And you got to start thinking about, okay, let's preserve this man's career, because this is the hurt business. And if a fighter's not really protecting themselves, which is one of the golden rules in boxing, protect yourself at all times. If he's not protecting himself and to the standard or caliber in which he needs to be doing so, you got to get him out of there. And that goes for the trainer, the ref, ring doctor, whoever. So his trainer took it upon himself to start the fight. And I felt like he did what he thought was right in that situation. And, what I'm saying? And after that happened, the result was what the result was. But at the end of the day, I don't think that, I made a video when it happened. And I said then that, what I'm saying, I felt like, the trainer did what he should have done in that situation, regardless of, of course, at that time, I had forgotten all about the pact and all this that they made. But even when it comes to stuff like that, man, when it comes to being a human being, sometimes you can say that, what I'm saying, you wouldn't do this or you wouldn't do that, but in a real time situation, at real life speed, things are a little bit different.
True.
Yeah. El Fenici said,
"Is that scrapbook?" Oh
yeah, he had been here. I don't know if he probably left and came back, but
hey, scrapbook, man, I love that dude's channel.
Oh yeah, that's a great channel. I talked about it earlier before you came on. Hey, so have a great night, D-Lo. Great live. I appreciate your perspective. Shout out to the chat. Hey, shout out to you. Salute to you, scrapbook. Have a good one, man. Like I said, I'll be over there to tune in and listen to you drop some of them gems over there with some of that great music that you have also playing in the background on those videos. I appreciate you hanging with me. So, yeah, but yeah, and El Fenici brought up a point I want to touch on right quick. He said, I don't know. We saw him wobble in the Ortiz fight for 2 rounds, and he fought his way back. I think Fury was beginning to tire as well, but I didn't complain. Yeah, and I thought about that when it was going on. When he was in the shape he was in, but to me, it just looked different. You know what I'm saying? And for myself, I haven't at that point of the Fury fight, I had gone through by that time, I had gone through some personal things where I had a better understanding about the vestibular system which is the system that controls your equilibrium and your balance, things like that. Having gone through an ordeal myself, so I kind of looked at it differently than I did a couple years earlier when he fought Ortiz. And to me, honestly, that didn't look like the same type situation. The Ortiz situation looked like a guy that was wobbly from a big shot, that just needed time to recover. The situation in the Fury fight looked like a guy who had some other stuff going on that wasn't going to fix itself anytime soon, and it wasn't going to get better while you're still in the heat of the moment and in the fight still get hit. So that in that situation, I kind of looked at it like, to me, I kind of looked at it like, yeah, this one is a little bit different, and it's probably going to just continue because he had so many rounds. It wasn't in that situation. Whereas in the Ortiz fight, Wilder probably had a round. He tumbled and tore for a whole round. Went to the corner. He came out. He struggled a little bit early in that round. He finally got himself together. But the Fury situation had lingered on since like the second round, and it wasn't while Fury was tiring. Wilder's situation with his balance wasn't improving. It wasn't just a matter of him shaking off the cobwebs. And I'm telling you, and even looking at the blood coming from the ear, so your vestibular system is rooted in your inner ear. So with him having, and it probably all started with that shot to the back of the head when he first got dropped. But my point is that it lingered on for so long that he I personally felt like, okay, this situation ain't going away. But I did want him to have every chance to try to get his way out of the fight, get himself back into the fight. It just didn't seem like it was to be. That's all, so.
Yeah, I can agree. I can agree with you. And in my opinion, like you said, to me, it started after that 1-2 that put him on the floor. I say he got hit in the back of the head. But that's when the trouble started, and it lasted, and it kind of reminded me of when AJ and Andy was fighting, and Andy caught AJ right around the temple, right up on kind of high part side of his head, and once he caught AJ right there, AJ was pretty much done. So yeah, I whatever was going on with Wilder, you're right. It wasn't correcting itself, not fast enough.
No, and the thing is, if you look at the Ortiz fight, remember Wilder was stumbled to the corner, but when they put the ice in his trunks and stuff, and he kind of got he kind of perked up when that happened, and then when he came out, he came out ready to fight, but then all of a sudden. They called him, he stopped the fight because, the doctor said, no, we need to make sure he fit, because if the doctor hadn't liked what he saw, they were going to stop the fight.
Exactly.
People complain about that and say, oh man, they gave him more time, but it was like 10 seconds or something. But the thing is, those people want to complain if that ring doctor had a way to fight off. They wouldn't have complained. They just said, oh, Ortiz is the first Cuban heavyweight champ, So, yeah. So my point is, what I'm saying, but after that, Wilder, it took him a few minutes into that round, about halfway through the round or whatever, but he got his win, he got his legs up on him and got himself together and boxed his way back into the fight. And, the Fury thing was just so much different. And it went on for so long. And it was like, to be honest, the fight could have been stopped 2 rounds earlier. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I mean, because nothing changed. You know what I'm saying? Like, nothing was really changing. You know what I'm saying? Wilder wouldn't get any closer to winning rounds. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Fury would have eventually punched himself out, but I don't know. But even if that had happened, would Wilder have had enough to knock him down?
Right.
Because he needed a knockout by that point.
And to go off of what you said, in the Ortiz fight, if you listen to Wilder speak on when he got hurt with Ortiz, and you listen to the way he spoke about the situation in the Fury fight, he explained him totally different, because he said, he stuck a jab out and Ortiz countered him. And he said when Ortiz countered him, it stung him. Mm-hmm. And he said, how you get when you get your bell rung, you hear that beep, all in your head. He said that's what was going on with him in the Ortiz fight. his situation in the Fury fight, he never mentioned about his bell being rung where he was hearing that little noise. He always was saying like his body just wasn't feeling right, like he just couldn't get himself straight.
Yeah.
And he said, the more he tried, the worse it was getting. And then, he did mention, like you said, it was kind of later, and we don't know if he would have been able to turn it around. But he did say he felt himself starting to come back right around the time that he got stopped.
Right.
But this the 9th of October, 2021.
That's the one.
Around the corner, and I am hoping, you know what I'm saying? I am hoping with everything that what we see him practicing manifests in that ring. And I hope he is on. I hope he like the pit bull that I'm from Gary, Indiana. We used to watch those dudes fight their dogs. I'm hoping he come out like a pit bull and go straight after Fury. Not wild, but under control, like we see him in practicing, slipping and moving that head and attacking their body, because he said he's going to punch Fury everywhere that's legally to be punched. He fucked my head up when he said, I'm going to even punch him in the neck.
Hey, but you know what? I think he should, because I feel like, to be honest, if you look at the shape Fury in, and you think about the shape he was in the other fight, to me, that had a lot to do with why Fury came out and tried to jump on Wilder. I don't think Fury had the conditioning to go, you know what I'm saying, to be able to go to full, you know what I'm saying, to be able to go 12 rounds. And I don't think he, you know what I'm saying, I think he thought about, he was, because, he talked about, he going to go in there and knock Wilder out, or he going to get knocked out. And he's saying that again this time. Now, maybe he fights different, but I think that, he may very well come in there and try to test him, because, last time he saw Wilder was standing in the corner getting the fight waved off. So why wouldn't he go out there and try to see if, Wilder, if the ghost and, going to creep back in and Wilder going to fold, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like in Wilder's case, don't let Fury come test him, go test Fury. Go out there and, work, go out there and try to, put hands on him, go in there and see if, see how he likes being bullied. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the talk, on these chats and things is, oh yeah, Wilder can't handle being Wilder a big bully. He can't handle when somebody bullies him. Well, okay, let's go. Wilder, go be the bully. They say you a bully. Go bully Fury. Go be the bully with Fury and see how Fury, can continue. Yep. So El Fenice asked the question, I guess he's saying, what's y'all's opinion on the dent left in his head? Which one? Because both of them left a dent in each other's head. Because Fury walked around for a whole year with a dent in his forehead. You remember that, MC? Fury would do an interview months after the fight. He still had that dent in his forehead.
That little indentation.
So, but I guess he talked about Wilder. Yeah, I don't know what that is on it. I think it's from a knuckle, man. I think it's from Fury hitting him with the part of the glove that didn't have a pad in it when his glove went all the way up on his hand. That's my opinion on it, and I can only say that just because I saw on video on still shots where Fury's knuckles are where they ain't supposed to be in the glove. But as far
as the left hand or the right hand, because the left hand is usually the one that the glove is not totally tight on.
Right. Yeah.
I think the right hand just didn't have. It's my opinion. I've been trying to ask because nobody has been able to answer me.
Right.
But I've been asking when they weigh the gloves, or if they weigh the gloves, do they weigh them separately or do they weigh them together?
I don't know.
Because if they weigh them separately, then I believe they would have caught the situation with that glove. But if they weigh them together, then that would have missed everybody's eye.
Yeah, you could lighten up the one glove and then have some extra weight in the other glove.
Exactly.
And I would think separately, just because it should. I mean, that makes sense. But who knows? I don't know. I don't know a whole lot about glove inspections and what all, other than what we see when they come in. I mean, to me, I see more attention put on the hand wraps than the gloves. when they show, backstage. Most
Right.
times to me, they show more attention to the saying, they're showing paying more attention to the wraps. I've seen guys rewrap their hands more times than I've seen guys have to go change gloves.
Yeah.
So that, with that being said, I don't want to speak too much on it, but yeah, I don't know, man. It was all that, but like I said, saying it actually, after over time, it didn't look nearly as bad as what it looked like,
At first.
when it happened.
Yeah, it looks a lot better now.
Yeah, I see Gil Cole saying he think it was just swelling around the, yeah. So yeah,
Around the jaw.
sometimes you can have that. You can have swelling that makes it something. The part that doesn't swell looks like an indentation. But I mean, from everything I seen, it looked like a dent. But if it is a dent and a piece of the skull is missing, it should still be missing. So I don't know.
They didn't say nothing was missing. They just said it was a
No,
dent.
I don't
And
think it
then to
was.
hear Malik Scott
Right.
talk, Malik Scott spoke about it,
I remember they
and
said
he
the
spoke
doctor.
on it.
They actually said that the doctor had said. They talked about what the doctor said as well.
Right. It's a lot going on, and people gonna always be like, "Oh, well, show us the proof of this," because it's just crazy. I can talk about this cheating ass dude all night because a lot of people say I want to dispel the myth. You know how they say, "Oh, if you hit people with your knuckles, you could break your hand." This is true, but I've seen many of fights, street fights, with cats out there fighting, and they call it cupping you, where you get caught with kind of like the bottom part of your fist and right where the knuckles are, but you don't aim for nowhere but the jaw. And that little slap punch, that it looks like a slap punch with the glove on, but really, if you pay attention to that, Wilder had his hand up to block where the glove should have been, and where his fist was at is what was able to keep slipping through and making a connection. That punch is to push you over because if even if Fury don't get a good hit with you, it kind of pushes you over, and he tries to drop the right hand on him.
All right.
I've seen him use that. I think I think he fought. Didn't he fight Chisora twice?
Yeah, he did.
And I think it was the second fight.
He stopped him in the second fight.
The second fight is the one I believe is the first time that I seen Fury really use that tactic a lot, because he used that tactic against Derek Chisora where he was slapping and then trying to drop the right hand.
Yeah, I think in that fight, it seemed like to me more so than anything, the reason Chisora got stopped was he seemed like he was just exhausted. Like he just didn't even have the conditioning to keep up and quit on his stools. I don't remember a whole lot about how the punches were going. He seemed I just remember him seeming like he was frustrated and gassed out, and he just quit on his stool. It seemed like that was the case. But other thing I'll talk about, like, people talk about Fury and be talking in noise like he's unbeatable and this, that, and the other. It's like, man, this guy over in the UK, Fury could have fought and didn't fight. You know what I'm saying? And guys that were favored against him, that would have been favored against him, and he didn't fight him. But now all of a sudden he can't be beat.
The strangest thing to me, without saying that he cheated, just every one of his big fights that were going to propel him to the next step, always had some kind of controversy. Not one of his big fights didn't end without a controversy.
Right. And then the rematches of his win, in the two biggest fights he had, one never happened. The other one, he had to go take the court to have it.
Right.
And then the other thing is then after the first one, he ended up failing drug tests. He's out of sport of boxing.
That's what I'm talking about. It started with Christian Hammer, because Christian Hammer was I think the fight to see who was going to get to fight. I think that was set up to fight Klitschko.
Right.
So he ended up with the glove situation. He still ended up beating Christian. You know what I'm saying? Which I feel like why are you cheating Christian? But then when he got in the ring with Klitschko, like you said, he come to find out he was dirty.
What's crazy about that situation, man?
What's that?
You talking about them fighting each other to be able to fight Klitschko, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it really was they was just going to become mandatory, but that fight wasn't fixing to be doing anytime soon. And Wilder, I mean not Wilder, basically Vlad had just fought a mandatory in Jennings, and the opportunity was there for him to fight Wilder. You know what I'm saying? If he'd have pushed for that unification with Wilder, like he was pushing for it with Stavern. And basically, you know what I'm saying, when Wilder wouldn't take the step aside and he ended up beating Severn, you know, Fury and Wilder were going back and forth too. You know what I'm saying? But ended up what happened is Klitschko basically was like, well, I just fight whatever mandatory. I think it was IBF mandatory, whatever mandatory Fury was. You know, Vlad just basically came back and said, well, I just fight my mandatory then. You know,
Right.
He wouldn't, and he just basically said, forget about the WBC belt at that point.
People sleep on the fact that that I don't think people know Wilder was in Vlad's camp before.
Yeah.
So I think Vlad knew. I hope I'm not messing his name up. I think he understood the fact that going in here with this young dude right here is not going to be easy, and I stand a chance of losing with a knockout. So I'm just like with AJ. I'm gonna take the easiest route to all the belts, to every belt I can get. I'm gonna take, but I'm going to dodge that dude. Yeah. And that's pretty much what happened. Why everybody is saying, Wilder didn't go after the belts and this and that. I'm like, he fought the people that he could fight. The tough fights that he was supposed to have, they kept popping dirty.
Yeah. Even Joseph Parker, there was a unification fight for Wilder that Parker decided he didn't want that fight. He went on to follow AJ. Charles Martin and Wilder was on the same card when Charles Martin won his belt. You know what I'm saying? And the winner of that fight was supposed to fight Wilder, but then the opportunity opened up where Eddie Hearn decided he wanted to buy that IBF belt.
Yeah, he did.
So, they saw opportunity to build something over there with AJ. You know what I'm saying? And he kept on doing it until he got to the belt that he couldn't get. Till he got to the belt that they would actually had to go out there and go through fire brimstone to get, and then all of a sudden AJ had enough belts. And then it was AJ bigger than the belts. You know what I'm saying? You remember Eddie Hearn saying that AJ's bigger than the belt, he'll need the belt. Matter of fact, he was talking about before that Usyk fight, and Hearn was talking about maybe AJ will throw the belt in the bin. You know what I'm saying? And not fight Usyk because he's trying to fight the Fury fight. You know what I'm saying? So remember they were going back and forth because the WO was trying to make him fight Usyk and they didn't want to fight Usyk. Exactly. That's why I said people be talking about AJ overlooked. Like, man, AJ didn't even want that fight. And Eddie Hearn, was clearly against the fight. Even after the Fury situation became that it wasn't realized that wasn't going to be real, they still weren't trying to, really trying to have that fight. They didn't have to.
You are totally right. They were not trying to have that fight.
But see, now that they done lost, they want to fight because it's the only opportunity they got to make AJ be back when he lost. Yeah, because that's his whole thing is he collected all these belts. He got all these belts. So that's become a part of his identity, and that's the only thing that I'm not 100% sure of. Trey X talked about earlier, and he's probably still in here. But Trey X talked about earlier. We talked about guys still having fan bases that don't turn on them after they take a loss. We talked about AJ, still fill up stadiums, even, for years to come, even if he loses, here and there, whatever. But my thing is a lot of these people, their association with AJ is that he's a champion. So it's like for so long now, that's been his identity and that's been what he's been built around. So I don't know, because it's been a long time since he's been in a non-title fight. Because even when he lost the belts, he was still in a non-title fight in a rematch.
Yeah, he was in a title fight.
Right, and his next fight going to be a title fight. So I don't know how these people would respond when AJ is no longer in title contention and don't have a belt. So I don't know. Maybe
he'll have.
I know he's going to have
some things. But remember when when it was a lot of political stuff going on, when
the Black Lives Matter stuff.
And AJ spoke on that, and he got some backlash from that from a lot of his fans. So the way I look at it is, yeah, they riding with him now because he represents the UK. He got all these belts. That's some bragging rights. You hear it all the time from over in the UK. How AJ mop all our heavyweights, but yeah, he won't. Last time he came over here, we saw what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, the heavyweights that AJ beat. Most people the consensus is that he ain't beat nobody that any other top heavyweight would beat. You know what I'm saying? I mean, people still be talking about Joseph Parker like he's some world beater. It's like, man, this guy can't get out of second gear.
He should have lost to Andy Ruiz. I thought he did.
I thought he did too. He definitely. I mean, to me, he fought better versus AJ than he did Andy Ruiz. The only difference is that ref wouldn't let him work against AJ.
Exactly. I can't remember which fighter said they got AJ protected in the UK.
There's some truth. It's definitely some truth to that. Lennox Lewis said that.
Okay.
Yeah, Lennox Lewis, one of them said that AJ. That's why he said AJ wouldn't come out of the UK and fight nobody because they were protecting him over there, and that's why he wasn't. He was there. This was before he went and fought Andy Ruiz. I actually feel like Lennox Lewis probably had the way Lennox was talking. And people were listening to it. I think they had a lot to do with why they finally brought AJ over to the US. So they probably hated Lennox even more after that because it kind of felt like he pressured them in he set the tone that led to them eventually deciding that they wanted to bring AJ on over to the US.
So AJ also said it was a lucky punch from the gods, and his concentration was more on Wilder than Ruiz, and I'm like, what? Why was you thinking about Wilder?
Yeah, that's a problem there. That I mean, he got a serious problem because the thing about it is he actually he really was like bothered by the fact that Wilder went out there and beat Brazil the way he did. Like that really got in his head too.
Right.
Why is he but see, that's the mark of that's just the hallmark of his character, though. You know what I'm saying? Because he talks like cool, calm, and collected, and don't let it get to him. But then if you listen to some of the stuff he said, he'll tell you that he's bothered by things that if he really was, his mental makeup was what he said is, he wouldn't be bothered by these things. Because you think about it like this, all right? Just say in many ways. Spence and Crawford are in a similar situation to AJ and Wilder, to an extent. Now, I would find it hard to believe that just say if Spence had a fight, if Spence was fighting Usyk, November the 27th, right? Because right. But Crawford and Porter fight November 20th. Now, Spence was fighting Usyk on November 27th, not Usyk, Ugas, excuse me. If he was fighting Ugas on November 27th, and Porter went out there and got knocked out by Crawford in the first round, I can't see Spence letting that get to him and affect his fight against Ugas. I think he still, what I'm saying? He'd be like, that's good for him. But that ain't, what I'm saying? What I'm saying? Hey, in his mind, he'd say, probably say something like, well, I got him 2 years earlier. I already beat the guy.
Exactly.
He wouldn't let that get him off his game. This is like, okay, my case in point. If you really think about it, I don't remember the time frame, but I know that Crawford stopped Kell Brook in like the fourth round or whatever round it was, and there was a few fights before AJ fought Garcia. Not AJ, Spence fought Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Spence let that bother him or make him feel pressured going into the Garcia fight because Crawford looked good or stopped Kell Brook earlier than he did. But see, AJ was bothered by the fact that Wilder went out there and because he actually talked about it before the fight that he's like, yeah, I know people, if he goes out there and does this or that, or he struggles with it, they're going to compare it to my fight or whatever. Well, that's natural, but, for him to speak on it, showed that he was thinking about it. Exactly. And then when it happened, when it did happen, he actually, he actually admitted that, it was in his mind.
Yeah, I saw that interview. I know what you're talking about. He was sitting down.
Yeah.
with
Like why?
a tank top on.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, it is what it is. Like, yeah, I mean, I kind of attribute that to being akin to a guy. You know, you and a lady done broke up, and you worrying about what's going on with her and the next guy. Like, hey, you know, that ain't got nothing no effect on you.
Exactly. That's just a sign of, in my opinion, mental weakness.
Mental weakness. Yep. You know what I'm saying? So it was just a weird situation, man. Well, man, everybody that kind of thinned out in the chat, man. I'm it's about to be midnight over here anyway. But
Okay.
I gotta get up early tomorrow. But I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to shut it down, man. No, it ain't many people left in the chat, but man, somebody gonna come through and catch the live eventually. I don't know if they'll make it to the very end, but you know what I'm saying. You got any last words you wanna say, man?
No, I appreciate you calling me in to help you out and conversate with you.
Yeah.
Everybody, don't forget, man, coming up on the 9th, that fight is going out. I'm talking like I'm working for him, and I'm not. But y'all go check out Trey X on Marlowe's Corner, man, when he called that fight.
Hey, for real.
And make sure you pay attention and hit that like button, hit that subscribe. If you ain't subscribed to D-Lo, get that notification set up so you can get it, because D-Lo be dropping gems too.
Hey, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you coming on, chopping it up with me. And one thing I will say about the whole, about the whole situation with with the live stream, even if y'all ain't gonna buy the fight, or even if y'all ain't gonna watch the fight, at least come through and listen to Trey's call a frog out of where it'll be just as enjoyable as watching the fight. There have been plenty of fights that I've been out moving around and I couldn't watch. I just had my earbuds in and but listen to Trey X call the fight and enjoying it just like I'm sitting in front of my TV watching it. Probably got a better vision of the fight in my mind and what was really going on.
Exactly.
So most definitely come through and show those fellas some love and go over there and hit that thumbs up, subscribe if you ain't subscribed, and come in that fellowship with the chat. But MZ, I'm gonna go ahead and shut this down, man. I appreciate you coming on and taking out some time and clicking that link and getting on here and cooking with me. And it was refreshing to hear another voice on here beside my own.
No problem at all.
All right, man. I'll catch you on another one, man. If not here, I'll catch you on your channel on Marlowe's Corner or somewhere out there in traffic, man. You be easy.
You too.
Peace.
Peace.
And that's a wrap, fellas. That's what you call a live stream.
Okay. I heard you saying you needed to learn a couple